Alright, good evening, everyone. Sorry about that. I had a little bit of a late dinner, and apparently I had a lot of drop frames. Go figure. Although things seem to be okay now. Anyways, they might still have the blizzard. Alright, I had my mic changed. I need to adjust a filter. I'm very, very sorry about that. How about we try this? Yes? Testing. 1, 2. Yeah, that looks about right. Okay. Alright, good evening, everyone. Hello, Bala. Hello, Nathan. So when we last left off, we had just found out that Hagrid killed a guy. Wow. Yet he's still out at the school like that murder happened 50 years ago. Something's a little sus. Let's find out what. Yes? Alright. Let's begin right away, yeah? Okay. Chapter 14, Cornelius Fudge. Harry, Ron, and Hermione had always known that Hagrid had an unfortunate liking for large and monstrous creatures. During their first year at Hogwarts, he had tried to raise a dragon in his little wooden house, and it would be a long time before they forgot the giant three-headed dog he christened Fluffy. And if, as a boy, Hagrid had heard that a monster was hidden somewhere in the castle, Harry was sure he'd gone to any lengths for a glimpse of it. He probably thought it was a shame that the monster had been cooped up so long, and thought it deserved a chance to stretch its many legs. Harry could just imagine the 13-year-old Hagrid trying to fit a lead and collar on it. Oh, I'm buffering. That's not good. Give me just a sec. I am buffering. I'm buffering more. Give me a sec. Doop. Interesting. Yeah, I see that buffer. I think it's good now, but it seems to be buffering pretty badly. It might be because of the storm. Ah, dear. Let's see. I wonder if that'll do. Probably not. It might just be OBS being stupid. It might be. We'll find out soon. Here, let me, Okay. Let's try that one again with the buffering gone, yes? Let's hope that does it. Oops, sorry. Chapter 14, Cornelius Fudge. Harry, Ron, and Hermione had always known that Hagrid had an unfortunate liking for large and monstrous creatures. During their first year at Hogwarts, he had tried to raise a dragon in his little wooden house, and it would be a long time before they'd forgotten the giant three-headed dog he'd christened Fluffy. And if, as a boy, Hagrid had heard that a monster was hidden somewhere in the castle, Harry was sure he had gone to any lengths for a glimpse of it. Probably thought it was a shame that the monster had been cooped up so long, and thought it deserved the chance to stretch its many legs. Harry could just imagine the 13-year-old Hagrid trying to fit a lead and collar on it, but he was equally certain that Hagrid would never have meant to kill anybody. Harry half wished he hadn't found out how to work Riddle's diary. Again and again, Ron and Hermione made him recount what he'd seen, until he was heartily sick of telling them, and sick of the long, circular conversations that followed. Right, Riddle might have got the wrong person, said Hermione. Maybe it was some other monster that was attacking people. How many monsters do you think this place can hold? Ron asked dully. We always knew Hagrid had been expelled, said Harry miserably, and the attacks must have stopped after Hagrid was kicked out. Otherwise, Riddle wouldn't have got his award. Ron tried a different tack. Riddle does sound like Percy, who always asked him to sit on grass. Who asked him to grass on Hagrid anyway? Because the monster had killed someone, Ron, said Hermione. And Riddle was going to go back to some Muggle orphanage if they closed Hogwarts, said Harry. I don't blame him for wanting to stay here. Ron bit his lip, then said tentatively, You met Hagrid down Nocturne Alley, didn't you, Harry? He was buying a flesh-eating slug repellent, said Harry quickly. The three of them fell silent. After a long pause, Hermione voiced the naughtiest question of all, in a hesitant voice. Do you think we should go and ask Hagrid about it all? That'd be a cheerful visit, said Ron. Hello, Hagrid. Tell us, have you been setting anything mad and hairy loose in the castle lately? In the end, they decided that they wouldn't say anything to Hagrid unless there was another attack. And as more and more days went by with no whisper from the disembodied voice, they became hopeful that they would never need to talk to him about why he had been expelled. It was now nearly 4 months since Justin and nearly headless Nick had been petrified, and nearly everybody seemed to think that the attacker, whoever it was, had retired for good. Peeves had finally got bored of his "Oh Potter, you rotter" song. Ernie Macmillan asked Harry quite politely to pass a bucket of leaping toadstools in herbology one day. And in March, several of the Mandrakes threw a loud and raucous party in Greenhouse 3. This made Professor Sprout very happy. The moment the moment they start trying to move into each other's pots, we'll know they're fully mature, she told Harry. Then we'll be able to revive those poor people in the hospital ring. The second years were given something new to think about during their Easter holidays. The time had come to choose their subjects for a third year, a matter that Hermione, at least, took very seriously. It could affect our whole future, she told Harry and Ron as they pored over the list of new subjects, marking them with ticks. I just want to give up potions, said Harry. We can't, said Ron gloomily. We keep all our old subjects, or I'd have ditched defense against the dark arts. But that's very important, said Hermione, shocked. Not the way Lockhart teaches it, said Ron. I haven't learned anything from him except not to set pixies loose. I'm buffering. Got a bad connection. Neville Longbottom had sent several letters from all the witches and wizards in his family, all giving him different advice on what to choose. Confused and worried, he sat reading the subject list with his tongue poking out, asking people whether they thought arithmancy sounded more difficult than the study of ancient runes. Dean Thomas, who, like Harry, had grown up with muggles, ended up closing his eyes and jabbing his wand at the list, then picking the subjects it landed on. Hermione took nobody's advice, but signed up for everything. Harry smiled grimly to himself at the thought of what Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia would say if he tried to discuss his career in wizardry with them. Not that he didn't get any guidance. Percy Weasley was eager to share his experience. Depends on where you want to go, Harry, he said. It's never too early to think about the future, so I'd recommend divination. People say Muggle studies is a soft option, but I personally think wizards should have a thorough understanding of the non-magical community, particularly if they're thinking of working in close contact with them. Look at my father. He has to deal with Muggle business all the time. My brother Charlie was always more of an outdoor type, so he went for care of magical creatures. Play to your strengths, Harry. But the only thing Harry felt he was really good at was Quidditch. In the end, he chose the same new subjects as Ron, feeling that if he was rubbish at them, at least he'd have someone friendly to help him. Gryffindor's next Quidditch match would be against Hufflepuff. Wood was insisting on team practices every night after dinner, so that Harry barely had time for anything but Quidditch and homework. However, the training sessions were getting better, or at least drier, and the evening before Saturday's match, he went up to his dormitory to drop off his broomstick, feeling Gryffindor's chances for the Quidditch Cup had never been better. But his cheerful mood didn't last long. At the top of the stairs to the dormitory, he met Neville Longbottom, who was looking frantic. Harry, I don't know who did it. I just found... Watching Harry fearfully, Neville pushed open the door. The contents of Harry's trunk had been thrown everywhere. His cloak lay ripped on the floor. The bedclothes had been pulled off his four-poster, and the drawer had been pulled out of his bedside cabinet, the contents strewn over the mattress. Harry walked over to the bed, open-mouthed, treading on a few loose pages of Travels with Trolls. As he and Neville pulled the blankets back onto the bed, Ron, Dean, and Seamus came in. Dean swore loudly. What happened here? Or what happened, Harry? No idea, said Harry, but Ron was examining Harry's robes. All the pockets were hanging out. Someone's been looking for something, said Ron. Is anything missing? Harry started to pick up all his things and threw them into his trunk. It was only as he threw the last of the Lockhart's books back into it that he realized what wasn't there. Riddle's diary's gone, he said in an undertone to Ron. What? Harry jerked his head towards the dormitory door, and Ron followed him out. They hurried back down to the Gryffindor common room, which was half empty, and joined Hermione, who was sitting alone, reading a book called Ancient Runes Made Easy. Hermione looked aghast at the news. But only a Gryffindor could have stolen. Nobody else knows our password. Exactly, said Harry. They woke next day to brilliant sunshine and a light, refreshing breeze. Perfect Quidditch conditions, said Wood enthusiastically at the Gryffindor table, loading the team's plates with scrambled eggs. Harry, buck up there. You need a decent breakfast. Harry had been staring down at the packed Gryffindor table, wondering if the new owner of Riddle's diary was right in front of his eyes. Hermione had been urging him to report the robbery, but Harry didn't like the idea. He'd have to tell the teacher all about the diary and how many people knew why Hagrid had been expelled 50 years ago. He didn't want to be the one who brought it all up again. As he left the Great Hall with Ron and Hermione to go and collect his Quidditch things, another very serious worry was added to Harry's growing list. He had just set foot on the marble staircase when he heard it yet again. Kill this time. Let me rip. Tear. He shouted aloud, and Ron and Hermione both jumped away from him in alarm. That voice, said Harry, looking over his shoulder. I just heard it again. Didn't you? Ron shook his head, wide-eyed. Hermione, however, clapped a hand to her forehead. Harry, I think I just understood something. I've got to go to the library. She sprinted away up the stairs. What does she understand? Said Harry, distractedly, still looking around, trying to tell where the voice had come from. Loads more than I do, said Ron, shaking his head. But why has she got to go to the library? 'Cause that's what Hermione does, said Ron, shrugging. When in doubt, go to the library. Harry stood, irresolute, trying to catch the voice again. But people were now emerging from the great wall behind him, talking loudly, exiting through the front doors on their way to the Quidditch pitch. "You better get moving," said Ron. "It's nearly 11. The match." Harry raced up to the Gryffindor Tower, collected his Nimbus 2000, and joined the large crowd swarming across the grounds. But his mind was still in the castle, along with the bodiless voice, as he pulled on his scarlet robes in the changing room. His only comfort was that everyone was now outside to watch the game. The teams walked onto the pitch to a tumultuous applause. Oliver Wood took off for a warm-up flight around the goalposts. Madam Hooch released the balls. The Hufflepuffs, who played in Canary Yellow, were standing in the huddle having a last-minute discussion of tactics. Harry was just mounting his broom when Professor McGonagall came half-marching, half-running across the pitch, carrying an enormous purple megaphone. Harry's heart dropped like a stone. "This match has been cancelled," Professor McGonagall called through the megaphone, addressing the packed stadium. There were boos and shouts. Oliver Wood, looking devastated, landed and ran towards Professor McGonagall without getting off his broomstick. "But, Professor, we've got to play. The cup, Gryffindor." Professor McGonagall ignored him and continued to shout through her megaphone. "All students are to make their way back to the house common rooms where the heads of houses will give them further information. As quickly as you can, please." "Potter, I think you'd better come with me." Wondering how she could possibly suspect him this time, Harry saw Ron detach himself from the complaining crowd. He came running up to them as they set off towards the castle. To Harry's surprise, McGonagall didn't object. "Yes, perhaps you'd better come too, Weasley." Some of the students swarming around them were grumbling about the match being cancelled. Others looked worried. Harry and Ron followed Professor McGonagall back into the school and up the marble staircase. But they weren't taken to anybody's office this time. "This will be a bit of a shock," said Professor McGonagall in a surprising gentle voice as they approached the hospital wing. "There has been another attack. Another double attack." Harry's inside did a horrible somersault. Professor McGonagall pushed the door open, and he and Ron entered. Madame Pomfrey was bending over a 6th-year girl with long curly hair. Harry recognized her as the Ravenclaw they accidentally asked for directions to the Slytherin common room. And on the bed next to her was "Hermione!" Ron groaned. Hermione lay utterly still, her eyes open and glassy. They were found near the library," said Professor McGonagall. "I don't suppose either of you can explain this? It was on the floor next to them." She was holding a small, circular mirror. Harry and Ron shook their heads, both staring at Hermione. "I will escort you back to the Gryffindor Tower," said Professor McGonagall heavily. "I need to address the students in any case." "All students will return to their house common rooms by 6 o'clock in the evening. No student is to leave the dormitories after that time. You will be escorted to each lesson by a teacher. No student is to use the bathroom unaccompanied by a teacher. All further Quidditch training and matches are to be postponed. There will be no more evening activities." The Gryffindors packed inside the common room, listening The Gryffindors packed inside the common room listened to Professor McGonagall in silence. She rolled up the parchment from which she had been reading and said in a somewhat choked voice, "I need hardly add that I have rarely been so distressed. It is likely the school will be closed unless the culprit behind these attacks is caught. I would urge anyone who thinks they might know anything about them to come forward." She climbed somewhat awkwardly out of the portrait hole, and the Gryffindors began talking immediately. "That's 2 Gryffindors down. Not counting a Gryffindor ghost, 1 Ravenclaw and 1 Hufflepuff," said the Weasley twins. Friendly Jordan, counting on his finger. "Haven't any of the teachers noticed that the Slytherins are all safe? Isn't it obvious all the stuff's coming from Slytherin? The heir of Slytherin, the monster of Slytherin. Why don't they just chuck all the Slytherins out?" he roared, to nods and scattered applause. Percy Weasley was sitting in a chair behind Lee. But for once, he didn't seem keen to make his views heard. He was looking pale and stunned. "Percy's in shock," George turned to Harry quietly. "That Ravenclaw, Penelope Clearwater, she's a prefect. I don't think he thought the monster would dare attack a prefect." But Harry was only half listening. He didn't seem to be able to get rid of the picture of Hermione lying on the hospital bed as though carved out of stone. And if the culprit wasn't caught soon, he was looking at a lifetime back with the Dursleys. Tom Riddle had turned Hagrid in because he was faced with the prospect of a Muggle orphanage if the school closed. Harry now knew exactly how he felt. "What are we going to do?" said Ron quietly in Harry's ear. "Do you think they suspect Hagrid?" We've got to go and talk to him," said Harry, making up his mind. "I can't believe it's him this time. But if he set the monster loose last time, he'll know how to get inside the Chamber of Secrets. And that's a start." "But McGonagall said we've got to stay in our tower unless we're in class." "I think," said Harry more quietly still, "it's time to get my dad's old cloak out again." Harry had inherited just one thing from his father: a long and silvery invisibility cloak. It was their only chance of sneaking out of the school to visit Hagrid without anyone knowing about it. They went to bed at the usual time, waited until Neville, Dean, and Seamus had stopped discussing the Chamber of Secrets and finally fallen asleep, then got up, dressed again, and threw the cloak over themselves. The journey through the dark and deserted castle corridors wasn't enjoyable. Harry, who wandered the castle at night several times before, had never seen it so crowded. After sunset, teachers, prefects, and ghosts were marching the corridors in pairs, staring around for any unusual activity. Their invisibility cloak didn't stop them making any noise, and there was a particularly tense moment when Ron stubbed his toe only yards away from the spot Snape was standing guard. Thankfully, Snape sneezed at almost exactly the moment Ron swore. It was with relief that they reached the oak front doors and eased them open. It was a clear, starry night. They hurried towards the lighted windows of Hagrid's house and pulled off the cloak only when they were right outside his front door. Seconds after they knocked, Hagrid flung it open. They found themselves face to face with him aiming a crossbow at them, Fang the boarhound barking loudly behind him. "Oh," he said, lowering the weapon and staring at them. "What are you two doing here?" "What's that for?" said Harry, pointing at the crossbow as they stepped inside.
Nothing,
said Hagrid, muttered.
I've been expecting. Doesn't matter. Sit down. I'll make tea.
He hardly seemed to know what he was doing. He nearly extinguished the fire, spilling water from the kettle on it, and then smashed the teapot with a nervous jerk of his massive hand. Are you okay, Hagrid? said Harry. Did you hear about Hermione?
Oh, I heard all right,
said Hagrid, a slight break in his voice. He kept glancing nervously at the windows. He poured them both large mugs of boiling water. He had forgotten to add tea bags, and was just putting a slab of fruitcake on a plate when there was a loud knock on the door. Hagrid dropped the fruitcake. Harry and Ron exchanged panic-stricken looks, then threw the invisibility cloak back over themselves and retreated into a corner. Hagrid checked that they were hidden, seized the crossbow, and flung open his door once more. Good evening, Hagrid. It was Dumbledore. He entered, looking deadly serious, and was followed by a second, very odd-looking man. The stranger was a short, portly man with rumpled gray hair and an anxious expression. He was wearing a strange mixture of clothes, a pin-striped suit, a scarlet tie, and a long black coat and pointed purple boots. Under his arm, he carried a lime green bowler. That's Dad's boss, Ron breathed. Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic. Harry elbowed Ron hard to make him shut up. Hagrid had gone pale and sweaty. He dropped into one of his chairs and looked from Dumbledore to Cornelius Fudge. Bad business, Hagrid, said Fudge in rather clipped tones. Very bad business. Had to come. 4 attacks on Muggleborns. Things have gone far enough. Ministry's got to act.
I never,
said Hagrid, looking imploringly at Dumbledore.
I never, Professor Dumbledore, sir.
I want it understood, Cornelius, that Hagrid has my full confidence, said Dumbledore, frowning at Fudge. Look, Albus, said Fudge uncomfortably. Hagrid's record's against him. Ministry's got to do something. School governors have been in touch. Yet again, Cornelius, I tell you that taking Hagrid away will not help in the slightest, said Dumbledore. His blue eyes were full of a fire Harry had never seen before. Look at it from my point of view, said Fudge, fidgeting with his bowler. I'm under a lot of pressure. Got to be seen I'm to be doing something. If it turns out it wasn't Hagrid, he'll be back and no more said. But I've got to take him. Got to. Wouldn't be doing my duty.
Take me,
said Hagrid, who was trembling.
Take me where?
For short stretch only, said Fudge, not meeting Hagrid's eye. Not a punishment, Hagrid. More precaution. If somebody else is caught, you'll be let out with a full apology.
Not Azkaban,
croaked Hagrid. Before Fudge could answer, there was another loud rap on the door. Dumbledore answered it. It was Harry's turn for an elbow in the ribs. He let out an audible gasp. Mr. Lucius Malfoy strode into Hagrid's hut. Swathed in a long black traveling cloak, smiling a cold and satisfied smile. Fangs started to growl. Already here, Fudge, he said approvingly. Good, good.
What are you doing here? Said Hagrid furiously. Get out of my house.
My dear man, please believe me.
I have no pleasure at all being inside your... Do you call this a house? Said Lucius Malfoy, sneering as he looked around the small cabin. I simply called at the school and was told that the headmaster was here. And what exactly did you want with me, Lucius? Said Dumbledore. He spoke politely, but the fire was still blazing in his blue eyes. Dreadful thing, Dumbledore, said Mr. Malfoy lazily, taking out a long roll of parchment. But the governors feel it's time for you to step aside. This is an order of suspension. You'll find all 12 signatures on it. I'm afraid we feel you're losing your touch. How many attacks have there been now? 2 more this afternoon, wasn't it? At this rate, there'll be no Muggleborns left at Hogwarts. And we all know what an awful loss that would be to the school. Oh, now see here, Lucius, said Fudge, looking alarmed. Dumbledore's suspended. No. Last thing we want just now, the appointment or suspension of the headmaster is a matter for the governors, Fudge, said Mr. Malfoy smoothly, and as Dumbledore has failed to stop these attacks. Now look, Lucius, if Dumbledore can't stop them, said Fudge, whose upper lip was sweating now, I mean to say, who can? That remains to be seen, said Mr. Malfoy with a nasty smile. But as all 12 of us have voted... Hagrid leapt to his feet, his shaggy black head grazing the ceiling. And how many did you have to threaten and blackmail before they agreed, Malfoy, eh? He roared. Dear, you know that temper of yours will lead you into trouble one of these days, Hagrid, said Mr. Malfoy. I would advise you not to shout at the Azkaban guards like that. They won't like it at all. You can't take Dumbledore, yelled Hagrid, making Fang the boarhound cower and whimper in his basket. Take him away and the Muggleborns won't stand a chance. There'll be a killing next. Calm yourself, Hagrid, said Dumbledore sharply. He looked at Lucius Malfoy. If the governors want my removal, Lucius, I shall, of course, step aside. But, stuttered Fudge. No, growled Hagrid. Dumbledore had not taken his bright blue eyes off Lucius Malfoy's cold green ones. However, said Dumbledore, speaking very slowly and clearly, so that none of them could miss a word, you will find that I will only truly have left this school when none here are loyal to me. You will also find that help will always be given at Hogwarts to those who ask for it. For a second, Harry was almost sure Dumbledore's eyes flickered towards the corner where he and Ron stood hidden. Admirable sentiments, said Malfoy, bowing. We shall miss your highly individual way of running things, Albus, and only hope that your successor will manage to prevent any, killings. He strode toward the cabin door, opened it, and bowed Dumbledore out. Fudge, fiddling with his bowler, waited for Hagrid to go ahead of him, but Hagrid stood his ground, took a deep breath, and said carefully, If anyone wanted to find out some stuff, all they'd have to do would be to follow the spiders. That'd lead 'em right. That's all I'm saying. Fudge stared at him in amazement. All right, I'm coming, said Hagrid, pulling on his moleskin overcoat. But as he was about to follow Fudge through the door, he stopped again and said loudly, And someone
We need to feed Fang while I'm gone. The door banged shut, and Ron pulled the invisibility cloak off. We're in trouble now, he said hoarsely. No Dumbledore. They might as well close the school tonight. There'll be an attack a day with him gone. Fang started howling, scratching at the closed door. And that ends that chapter. Hello, Tara. Hello, Clifford. Welcome to you both. I'm glad you're getting into Super Mario Maker 2 again, Clifford. I look forward to seeing your levels. Shall we look at some of the pictures here? Yes. That was a rather suspenseful chapter. Okay. There's the green bowler hat, the cover of Cornelius Fudge. I like how this page is all striped in, or decked in triangles. It's a neat background. It reminds me of Zelda, honestly. There's Professor Sprout with all the mandrakes. The mandrakes look so happy. Except they don't know what's going to happen to them soon. There's the beginning of the Quidditch match, just as they're all about to start before it got cancelled. How was Acme Studios stream, Tara? I saw they were streaming. I didn't get a chance to say hello. I was busy in a little meeting that took like 3 hours. Is that the last picture? It might be. Nope. There's Hagrid, looking all sad. He has a scar below his right eye. Wait. Left eye. Looks right to you, but it's left. And that's the end of the chapter. We haven't got to this new one yet. Hello. I see a DM. Leo finished the football. Andy started Resident Evil 7. Leo would have used his mic, but he still has the coffee. Aww. Poor Leo. Something got in my teeth. 60 more pages to go. Let's finish this tonight, yes. Alright. I think my drop frames may have stopped. Sorry to those who had to put up with them earlier. Chapter 15. Aragog. Oops, let's start that again. I forgot to turn the reading chapter back on. Pity. Chapter 15. Aragog. Summer was creeping over the grounds around the castle. Sky and lake alike turned periwinkle blue, and flowers as large as cabbages burst into bloom in the greenhouses. But with no Hagrid visible from the castle windows, striding the grounds with Fang at his heels, the scene didn't look right to Harry. No better, in fact, than the inside of the castle, where things were so horribly wrong. Harry and Ron had tried to visit Hermione, but visitors were now barred from the hospital wing. We're taking no more chances, Madame Pomfrey told them severely through a crack in the hospital door. No,
I'm sorry. There's every chance the attacker might come back to finish these people off. With Dumbledore gone, fear had spread as never before, so that the sun warming the castle outside seemed to stop at the mullioned walls or windows. There was barely a face to be seen in the school that didn't look worried and tense, and any laughter that rang through the corridors sounded shrill and unnatural, and was quickly stifled. Harry constantly repeated Dumbledore's final words to himself. I will only truly have left this school when none are here loyal to me. Help will always be given at Hogwarts to those who ask for it. But what good were those words? Who exactly were they supposed to ask for help? When everyone was just as confused and scared as they were. Hagrid's hint about the spiders was far easier to understand. The trouble was, there didn't seem to be a single spider left in the castle to follow. Harry looked everywhere he went, helped, rather reluctantly, by Ron. They were hampered, of course, by the fact that they weren't allowed to wander off on their own, but had to move around the castle in a pack with the other Gryffindors. Most of their fellow students seemed glad that they were being shepherded from class to class by teachers, but Harry found it very irksome. One person, however, seemed to be thoroughly enjoying the atmosphere of terror and suspicion. Draco Malfoy was strutting around the school as though he had just been appointed head boy. Harry didn't realize what he was so pleased about until the potions lesson about a fortnight after Dumbledore and Hagrid had left, when, sitting right behind Malfoy, Harry overheard him gloating to Crabbe and Goyle. I always thought Father might be the one who got rid of Dumbledore, he said, not troubling to keep his voice down. I told you he thinks Dumbledore's the worst headmaster the school's ever had. Maybe we'll get a decent headmaster now. Somebody who won't want the Chamber of Secrets closed. McGonagall won't last long. She's only filling in. Snape swept past Harry, making no comment about Hermione's empty seat in Cauldron. Sir, said Malfoy loudly, Sir, why don't you apply for the headmaster's job? Now, Malfoy, said Snape, though he couldn't suppress a thin-lipped smile. Professor Dumbledore has only been suspended by the governors. I'll dare say he'll be back with us soon enough. Yeah, right, said Malfoy, smirking. I expect you'd have Father's vote, sir, if you wanted to apply for the job. I'll tell Father you're the best teacher here, sir. Snape smirked as he swept off around the dungeon, fortunately not spotting Seamus Finnegan, who was pretending to vomit into his cauldron. I'm quite surprised the mudbloods haven't all packed their bags by now, Malfoy went on. Bet you 5 galleons the next one dies. Pity it wasn't Granger. The bell rang at that moment, which was lucky. At Malfoy's last words, Ron had leapt off his stool, and in the scramble to collect bags and books, his attempts to reach Malfoy went unnoticed. Let me at him, Ron growled, and as Harry and Dean hung on to his arms. I don't care. I don't need my wand. I'm going to kill him with my bare hands. Hurry up. I've got to take you all to herbology, barked Snape over the classes' heads, and off they went, crocodile fashion, with Harry, Ron, and Dean bringing up the rear. Ron's still trying to get loose. It was only safe to let him go when Snape had seen them out of the castle.
and they were making their way across the vegetable patch towards the greenhouses. The herbology class was very subdued. There were now 2 missing from their number, Justin and Hermione. Professor Sprout set them all to work pruning the Abyssinian shrivel figs. Harry went to tip an armful of withered stalks onto a compost heap and found himself face to face with Ernie Macmillan. Ernie took a deep breath and said, very formally, I just want to say, Harry, that I'm sorry I ever suspected of you. I know you'd never attack Hermione Granger, and I apologize for all the stuff I said. We're all in the same boat now, and, well... He had up a pudgy hand, and Harry shook it. Ernie and his friend Hannah came to work at the same shrivel fig as Harry and Ron. That Draco Malfoy character, said Ernie, breaking off dead twigs. He seems very pleased about this, doesn't he? Do you know? I think he might be Slytherin's heir. That's very clever of you, said Ron, who didn't seem to have forgiven Ernie as readily as Harry. Do you think it's Malfoy, Harry? Ernie asked. No, said Harry, so firmly that Ernie and Hannah stared. A second later, Harry spotted something that made him hit Ron over the hand with his pruning shears. Ouch! What are you? Harry was pointing at the ground a few feet away. Several large spiders were scurrying across the path. Oh yeah, said Ron, trying and failing to look pleased. But we can't follow them now. Ernie and Hannah were listening curiously. Harry watched the spiders running away. Looks like they're headed for the Forbidden Forest. And Ron looked even unhappier about that. At the end of the lesson, Professor Sprout escorted the class to their Defense Against the Dark Arts lesson. Harry and Ron lagged behind the others so they could talk out of earshot. We'll have to use the invisibility cloak again, Harry told Ron. We could take Fang with us. He's used to going into the forest with Hagrid. He might be some help. Right, said Ron, who was twirling his wand nervously in his fingers. Aren't there supposed to be werewolves in the forest? He added, as they took their usual places at the back of Lockhart's classroom. Preferring not to answer that question, Harry said, There are good things in there, too. The centaurs are all right, and the unicorns. Ron had never been into the Forbidden Forest before. Harry had entered it only once, and hoped never to do so again. Lockhart bounded into the room, and class stared at him. Every other teacher in the place was looking grimmer than usual, but Lockhart appeared nothing short of buoyant. Come now, he cried, beaming around him. Why all these long faces? People swapped exasperated looks, but nobody answered. Don't you people realize, said Lockhart, speaking slowly, as though they were all a bit dim, the danger has passed. The culprit has been taken away. Says who? Said Dean Thomas loudly. My dear young man, the Minister of Magic wouldn't have taken Hagrid if he hadn't been 100% sure that he was guilty, said Lockhart, in the tone of someone explaining that 1 and 1 made 2. Oh, yes, he would, said Ron, even more loudly than Dean. I flatter myself I know a touch more about Hagrid's arrest than you do, Mr. Weasley, said Lockhart in a self-satisfied tone. Ron started to say that he didn't think so, somehow, but stopped in mid-sentence when Harry kicked him hard under the desk. You weren't there, remember?
Harry muttered. But Lockhart's disgusting cheeriness, his hints that he had always thought Hagrid was no good, his confidence that the whole business was now at an end, irritated Harry so much that he yearned to throw gadding with ghouls right in Lockhart's stupid face. Instead, he contented himself with scrawling a note to Ron. "Let's do it tonight." Ron read the message, swallowed hard, and looked sideways at the empty seat, usually filled by Hermione. The sight seemed to stiffen his resolve, and he nodded. The Gryffindor common room was always very crowded these days, because from 6 o'clock onwards, the Gryffindors had nowhere else to go. They also had plenty to talk about, which, with the result that the common room often didn't empty until past midnight. Harry went to get the invisibility cloak out of his trunk right after dinner and spent the evening sitting on it, waiting for the room to clear. Fred and George challenged Harry and Ron to a few games of exploding snap, and Ginny sat watching them, very subdued in Hermione's usual chair. Harry and Ron kept losing on purpose, trying to finish the games quickly, but even so, it was well past midnight when Fred, George, and Ginny finally went to bed. Harry and Ron waited for the distant sound of 2 dormitory doors closing before seizing the cloak, throwing it over themselves, and climbing through the portrait hole. It was another difficult journey through the castle, dodging all the teachers. At last they reached the entrance hall, slid back the lock on the oak front doors, squeezed between them, trying to stop any creaking, and stepped outside into the moonlit grounds. "Of course," said Ron abruptly, as they strode across the black grass, "we might get to the forest and find there's nothing to follow. Those spiders might not have been going there at all. I know it looked like they were moving in that sort of general direction, but..." His voice tailed away hopefully. They reached Hagrid's house, sad and sorry-looking with its blank windows. When Harry pushed the door open, Fang went mad with joy at the sight of them, worried he might wake everyone in the castle with his deep, booming barks. They hastily fed him treacle fudge from a tin on the mantelpiece, which glued his teeth together. Harry left the invisibility cloak on Hagrid's table. There would be no need for it in the pitch-dark forest. "Come on, Fang, we're going for a walk," said Harry, panting his leg, and Fang bounded happily out of the house behind them, dashed to the edge of the forest, and lifted his leg against a large sycamore tree. Harry took out his wand, murmured "Lumos," and a tiny light appeared at the end of it, just enough to let them watch the path for signs of spiders. "Good thinking," said Ron. I'd light mine too, but, it'd probably blow up or something." Harry tapped Ron on the shoulder, pointing at the grass. 2 solitary spiders were hurrying away from the wand light into the shade of the trees. "Okay," Ron sighed, as though resigned to the worst. "I'm ready. Let's go." So with Fang scampering around them, sniffing tree roots and leaves, they entered the forest. By the glow of Harry's wand, they followed the steady trickle of spiders moving along the path. They walked for about 20 minutes, not speaking, listening hard for the noises other than breaking twigs and rustling leaves. Then, when the trees had become thicker than ever, so that the stars overhead were no longer visible, and Harry's wand shone alone in the sea of dark, they saw their spider guides leaving the path. Harry paused, trying to see where the spiders were going, but everything outside his little sphere of light was pitch black. He had never been this deep into the forest before. He could vividly remember Hagrid advising him not to leave the forest path.
the last time he'd been in here. But Hagrid was miles away now, probably sitting in a cell in Azkaban, and he was also said to follow the spiders. Something wet touched Harry's hand, and he jumped backwards, crushing Ron's foot. But it was only Fang's nose. "What do you reckon?" Harry said to Ron, whose eyes he could just make out, reflecting the light from his wand. "We've come this far," said Ron. So they followed the darting shadows of spiders into the trees. They couldn't move very quickly now. There were tree roots and stumps in their way, barely visible in the near blackness. Harry could feel Fang's hot breath on his hand. More than once, they had to stop, so that Harry could crouch down and find the spiders in the wan light. They walked for what seemed like at least half an hour, their robes snagging on the low, slung branches and brambles. After a while, they noticed that the ground seemed to be sloping downwards, though the trees were as thick as ever. Then Fang suddenly let loose a great echoing bark, making both Harry and Ron jump out of their skins. "What?" said Ron loudly, looking around in the pitch dark and gripping Harry's elbow very hard. "There's something moving over there," Harry breathed. "Listen, sounds like something big." They listened. Some distance to their right, the something big was snapping branches as it carved a path through the trees. "Oh no," said Ron. "Oh no, oh no, oh." "Shut up," said Harry frantically. "It'll hear you." "Hear me," said Ron in an unnaturally high voice. "It already heard Fang." The darkness seemed to be pressing on their eyeballs as they stood, terrified, waiting. There was a strange rumbling noise, and then silence. "What do you think it's doing?" said Harry. "Probably getting ready to pounce," said Ron. They waited, shivering, hardly daring to move. "Do you think it's gone?" Harry whispered. "Dunno." Then, to the right, came a sudden blaze of light, so bright in the darkness that both of them flung up their hands to shield their eyes. Fang yelped and tried to run, but got lodged in a tangle of thorns and yelped even louder. "Harry!" Ron shouted, his voice breaking with relief. "Harry, it's our car!" "What? Come on!" Harry blundered after Ron towards the light, stumbling and tripling. And a moment later, they had emerged into a clearing. Mr. Weasley's car was standing empty in the middle of a circle of thick trees under a roof of dense branches, its headlamps ablaze. As Ron walked open-mouthed toward it, it moved slowly towards him, exactly like a large turquoise dog greeting its owner. "It's been here all this time," said Ron delightedly, walking around the car. "Look at it. The force turned it wild." The wings of the car were scratched and smeared with mud. Apparently it had taken to trundling around the forest on its own. Fang didn't seem too at all keen on it. He kept close to Harry, who could feel him quivering. His breathing slowing down again, Harry stuffed his wand back into his robes. "And we thought it was going to attack us," said Ron, leaning against the car and patting it. I wondered where it had gone." Harry squinted around the floodlit ground for signs of more spiders. They had all scuttled away from the glare of the headlights. "We've lost the trail," he said. "Come on, let's go and find them." Ron didn't speak. He didn't move.
His eyes were fixed on a point some 10 feet above the forest floor, right behind Harry. His face was livid with terror. Harry didn't even have time to turn around. There was a loud clicking noise, and suddenly he felt something long and hairy seize him around the middle and lift him off the ground so that he was hanging face down. Struggling, terrified, he heard more clicking and saw Ron's legs leave the ground too. Heard Fang whimpering and howling. Next moment, he was swept away into the dark trees. Head hanging, Harry saw that what had hold of him was marching on 6 immensely long, hairy legs. The front two clutching him tightly below a pair of shining black pincers. Behind him, he could hear another of the creatures, no doubt carrying Ron. They were moving into the very heart of the forest. Harry could hear Fang fighting to free himself from a third monster, whining loudly, but Harry couldn't have yelled, even if he wanted to. He seemed to have left his voice back with the car in the clearing. He never knew how long he was in the creature's clutches. He only knew that the darkness suddenly lifted enough for him to see that the leaf-strewn ground was now swarming with spiders. Craning his neck, sideways, he realized that they had reached the rim of a vast hollow. A hollow which had been cleared of trees so that the stars shone brightly onto the worst scene he had ever clapped his eyes upon. Spiders. Not the tiny spiders like those surging over the leaves below. Spiders the size of cart horses, 8-eyed, 8-legged, black, hairy, gigantic. The massive specimen that was carrying Harry made its way down the steep slope towards a misty domed web in the very center of the hollow, while its fellows closed in all around it, clicking their pincers excitedly at the sight of its load. Harry fell to the ground on all fours as the spiders released him. Ron and Fang thudded down next to him. Fang wasn't howling anymore, but cowering silently on the spot. Ron looked exactly like Harry felt. His mouth stretched wide in a kind of silent scream, and his eyes were popping. Harry suddenly realized that the spider which dropped him was saying something. It had been hard to tell, because it clicked its pincers with every word he spoke. Aragog! Aragog! And from the middle of the misty domed web, a spider the size of a small elephant emerged. Very slowly. There was gray in the back of his body and legs, and each of the eyes on his ugly, pincered head was milky white. He was blind. "What is it?" he said, clicking his pincers rapidly. "Men," clicked the spider who had caught Harry. "Is it Hagrid?" Moving closer, his 8 milky eyes wandering vaguely. "Strangers," clicked the spider who had brought Ron. "Kill them," clicked Aragog fretfully. "I was sleeping." "We're friends of Hagrid's," Harry shouted. His heart seemed to have left his chest, to pound in his throat. Click, click, click went the pincers of the spiders all around the hollow. Aragog paused. "Hagrid has never sent men into our hollow before," he said slowly. "Hagrid's in trouble," said Harry, breathing very fast. "That's why we've come." "In trouble?" said the aged spider, and Harry thought he heard concern beneath the clicking pincers. But why has he sent you? Harry thought of getting to his feet, but decided against it. He didn't think his legs would support him, so he spoke from the ground as calmly as he could. They think, up at the school, that Hagrid's been setting a something on the students. They've taken him to Azkaban. Aragog clicked his pincers furiously, and all around the hollow, the sound was echoed by the crowd of spiders. It was like applause. Except applause didn't usually make Harry feel sick with fear. That was years ago, said Aragog, fretfully. Years and years ago. I remember it well. That's why they made him leave the school. They believed that I was the monster that dwells in what they call the Chamber of Secrets. They thought that Hagrid had opened the chamber and set me free. And you? You didn't come from the Chamber of Secrets? Said Harry, who could feel cold sweat on his forehead. I, said Aragog, clicking angrily. I was not born in the castle. I come from a distant land. A traveler gave me to Hagrid when I was an egg. Hagrid was only a boy, but he cared for me, hidden in a cupboard in the castle, feeding me on scraps from the table. Hagrid is my good friend, and a good man. When I was discovered and blamed for the death of the girl, he protected me. I have lived here in the forest ever since, where Hagrid still visits me. He even found me a wife, Mosag. And you see how our family has grown, all through Hagrid's goodness. Harry summoned what remained of his courage. So you never attacked anyone? Never, croaked the old spider. It would have been my instinct. But from respect of Hagrid, I never harmed a human. The body of the girl who was killed was discovered in a bathroom, but I never saw any part of the castle but the cupboard in which I grew up. Our kind like the dark and the quiet. But then, do you know what did kill that girl? Said Harry. Because whatever it was, it's back and attacking people again. His words were drowned out by a loud outbreak of clicking and the rustling of many long legs shifting angrily. Large black shapes shifted all around them. The thing that lives in the castle, said Aragog, is an ancient creature we spiders fear above all others. I do well do I remember how I pleaded with Hagrid to let me go when I sensed the beast moving about the school. What is it? Said Harry urgently. More loud clicking, more rustling. The spiders seemed to be closing in. We do not speak of it, said Aragog fiercely. We do not name it. I never even told Hagrid the name of the dread creature, though he asked me many times. Harry didn't want to press the subject, not with all the spiders closer on all sides. Aragog seemed to be tired of talking, but he was backing slowly into a domed web, but his fellow spiders continued to inch slowly towards Harry and Ron. We'll just go, then, Harry called desperately to Aragog, hearing leaves rustling behind him. Go, said Aragog slowly. I think not. But, my sons and daughters do not harm Hagrid on my command. But I cannot deny them fresh meat when it wanders so willingly into our midst. Goodbye, friend of Hagrid. Harry spun around. Feet away, towering above him, was a solid wall of spiders, clicking their many eyes, gleaming in their ugly black heads. Even as he reached for his wand, Harry knew it was no good. There were too many of them, but as he tried to stand, ready to die fighting, a loud, long note sounded, and a blaze of light flamed through the hollow.
Mr. Weasley's car was thundering down the slope, headlights glaring, its horn screeching. Knocking spiders aside, several were thrown onto their backs, their endless legs waving in the air. The car screeched to a halt in front of Harry. The car screeched to a halt in front of Harry and Ron, and the doors flew open. "Fang!" Harry yelled, diving into the front seat. Ron seized the boarhound round the middle and threw him, yelping, into the back of the car. The doors slammed shut. Ron didn't touch the accelerator, but the car didn't need him. The engine roared, and they were off, hitting more spiders. They sped up the slope, out of the hollow, and they were soon crashing through the forest, branches whipping the windows as the car wound its way cleverly through the widest gaps, following a path it obviously knew. Harry looked sideways at Ron. His mouth was still open in the silent scream, but his eyes weren't popping anymore. "Are you okay?" Ron stared straight ahead, unable to speak. They smashed their way through the undergrowth, Fang howling loudly in the back seat, and Harry saw the wing mirrors snap off as they squeezed past a large oak. After 10 noisy, rocky minutes, the trees thinned, and Harry could see patches of sky. The car stopped so suddenly that they were nearly thrown into the wide windscreen. They had reached the edge of the forest. Fang flung himself at the window in his anxiety to get out, and when Harry opened the door, he shot off through the trees to Hagrid's house, tail between his legs. Harry got out too, and after a minute or so, Ron seemed to regain the feeling in his limbs and followed, still stiff-necked and staring. Harry gave the car a grateful pat as it reversed back into the forest and disappeared from view. Harry went back into Hagrid's cabin to get the invisibility cloak. Fang was trembling under a blanket in his basket. When Harry got out again, he found Ron being violently sick and in the pumpkin patch. "Follow the spiders," said Ron weakly, wiping his mouth on his sleeve. "I'll never forgive Hagrid. We're lucky to be alive." "I bet he thought Aragog wouldn't hurt friends of his." "That's exactly Hagrid's problem," said Ron, thumping the wall of the cabin. "He always thinks monsters aren't as bad as they're made out. And look where it's got him. A cell in Azkaban." He was shivering uncontrollably now. "What was the point of sending us in there?" "What have we found out? I'd like to know." "That Hagrid never opened the Chamber of Secrets," said Harry, throwing the cloak over Ron and prodding him in the arm to make him walk. "He was innocent." Ron gave a loud snort. Evidently, hatching Aragog out of a cupboard wasn't his idea of being innocent. As the castle loomed nearer Harry, As the castle loomed nearer, Harry twitched the cloak to make sure their feet were hidden, then pushed the creaking front doors ajar. They walked carefully back across the entrance hall and up the marble staircase, holding their breath as they passed corridors where watchful sentries were walking. At last they reached the safety of the Gryffindor common room, where the fire had burned itself into glowing ash. They took off the cloak and climbed the winding staircase to their dormitory. Ron fell onto his bed without bothering to get undressed. Harry, however, didn't feel very sleepy. He sat on the edge of his full poster, thinking hard about everything Aragog had said. The creature that was lurking somewhere in the castle, he thought, sounded like a sort of monster Voldemort. Sounded like a sort of monster Voldemort. Even other monsters didn't want to name it. The creature that was lurking somewhere in the castle, he thought, sounded like a sort of monster Voldemort. Even other monsters didn't want to name it. But he and Ron were no closer to finding out what it was, or how it petrified its victims. Even Hagrid had never known what was in the Chamber of Secrets. Harry swung his legs up onto his bed and leaned back against his pillows, watching the moon glinting at him through the tower window. He couldn't see what else they could do. They had hit dead ends everywhere. Riddle had caught the wrong person, the heir of Slytherin had got off, and no one could tell whether it was the same person or a different one. Who had opened the chamber this time? There was nobody to ask. Harry lay down, still thinking about what Aragog said. He was becoming drowsy when what seemed like their very last hope occurred to him, and he suddenly sat bolt upright. "Ron!" he hissed through the dark. "Ron!" Ron woke with a yelp like fangs, stared wildly around, and saw Harry. "Ron, that girl who died. Aragog said she was found in a bathroom," said Harry, ignoring Neville's snuffling snores from the corner. What if she never left the bathroom? What if she's still there?" Ron rubbed his eyes, frowning through the moonlight, and then he understood. "You don't think? Not Moaning Myrtle?" And that is the end of chapter 15. Welcome, Raiders. That's where I remember seeing you. When you were here the other day, I knew I remembered you from somewhere, Miss Megan. I couldn't place where. Now I know. You're one of Kink's mods, I think. Either one of his mods or his channel members. Still, welcome, Raiders. How was your stream? What were you playing? Here, let me give Mr. Kink a shout out. Yes? I can't do the ones with sound anymore. I probably should make a new shout out that doesn't have that doesn't have audio. Thank you. And thank you, Tiger, for choosing me for your raid target. I assume that this was one of your special channel member streams. What did you choose to play? And let's scroll up. Welcome, Tiger. Welcome, Megan. Hello, Kink and Jamie Kleinkoff. Welcome to you all. You were playing Among Us? Talk about a game of deception. Oh, there was a game. There was a game that I saw recently. Yes. I know what it was. Here. It's on sale for a few days on Steam. It's not Among Us, but it is multiplayer, and it's kind of like if Among Us met RPG. It's not hard to play, and from what I've seen, it's really fun, but it's also not free. It does involve a lot of backstabbing and deception, and yet everything you do is crystal clear, yet you gotta deceive. Let's see if I can show you the game. Yes, I gotta remember what it was called. It was called Kingdom? Or Kingdom Come? No. Balatro? No, that's the one I was playing. Shoot. Epic Luigi was just playing it too. Fudge, the name is eluding. You know, a Google search will show me. No.
No, 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 no. Oh, fudge. What is it? Fudge. Come on, search history. Search history. Search history. Blast. So many X's. So much Valheim stuff. No, that's way too far. Fudge, 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 fudge. And it's on the tip of my tongue. I really want to know this. You know, every time I search this person, I get a "you're not alone" kind of thing. Here we go. Here we go. I remember what it was. This game right here. Let's see if I can get. You'll see Streamception for a sec. I apologize for that because I don't have the screen here. Lower right screen. Okay. That game right there. Dokapon Kingdom Connect. This game right here. It's like if an RPG were to meet Among Us, except you gotta deal with the scenario, try to win, yet beat your friends who are trying to do the same thing, and either lie to them, outclass them, stab them in the back, and get ahead, all while dealing with a wonderful element called RNG. I'm not even kidding. Let's see, where is it? Is there a scene here? Doop. They don't have a picture of the spinner. They have like a spinner and it rolls from 1 to 6, or from 0 to 6, and you gotta move exactly that number of spaces. You can move in a circle, but you can't just go back and forth. And you have to land on the places to trigger them. You can't pass them. Like if the boss is 1 space away, you have to roll exactly a 1. And like there's items, there's magic, and the magic is influenced by your magic stat, but heaven forbid if a fighter comes and stabs you, because the fighter's just gonna wreck your face because he's so strong. And it's just like, it's on sale. So I thought to let you guys know, because I was reminded a lot of Among Us when I watched someone play. And like Among Us, it's not really a one-player game. It's like a kid-friendly version. Risk isn't exactly not kid-friendly, you know? Like it's not like meant for 6-year-olds per se, but I'll be honest, if I have a 10-year-old kid and I wanted to play a game of Risk, I wouldn't have a problem teaching my 10-year-old how to play Risk. Like, not at all. It's a board game. A lot of those board games were. Anyways, there's pictures in this. It is an illustrated book that I checked out from the library. Okay, maybe I can't show you that picture. Maybe I can't show that picture. Okay. Alright. Here's the cover photo. What scene have you read in the book that makes you wish was in the movies? I'll be honest, I haven't read the books or seen the movies in decades. I think the movies I haven't seen in 15 years and the books I haven't read for well over 20. So I can't remember. As far as what's in the book, so I can't really remember what the movies are missing out on. I've already been told by a few people that the books, or that what I read wasn't in the movies. So it's like there are some things, but here's the photo of the cover. Or here's the cover photo for chapter 15. And as you can see, the spiders are all crawling in the direction away from something all over the page, but in a very specific direction. And yet, even more spiders. And if you can't tell, it's hard to tell, but you might be able to see it. Actually, I can see it. Right above the number 205, you'll see a white line. And if you follow it, the white line connects and looks like a spider web, because it is a spider web. Got another spider web in the back. Okay, this next one, I can't show you without giving a very strong disclaimer. Okay. For those of you who are suffering, who have the following fear: arachnophobia, that is the fear of spiders, close your eyes for about 15 seconds, okay? That is, it's beautiful, and yet I want nothing at all to do with it. This one isn't so bad, honestly. It looks more like a cartoony spider. This next picture doesn't look as bad as the other one. I could actually look at this one. That previous one, though. Even I was getting chills. And here's another photo of the castle. They really like showing off the castle. I'm loving the detail in the illustrations in the book. Please know. Nope, just nope. As always, a scene you couldn't shake from the movie, the one with the spiders. Yeah, I fear you. I fear you. I hear you. That's why I tried to give a real strong warning of, hey, this is a real thing. I know some people have that fear, and even some who don't. Like, I'm not afraid of spiders, but I wouldn't want it on my wall. I would be running if I saw that on my wall. I don't mind house spiders on my house, because the more spiders I have, the less of everything else there is, but not that. Not at all that. I do think my drop frames are gone. I'm very grateful for that. So you really like Among Us. I've noticed you playing that a lot. You know, I kicked the Kool-Aid habit, or I kicked the Kool-Aid because I can't afford it, and yet water's starting to grow on me. Still makes me use the bathroom like nothing else, but you actually don't like it? I don't blame you. I will be very honest. I'm not a social deception kind of person. I played Among Us with Red Raven for a while. I think it was his first time playing it. I played it for a few rounds. And then I got killer, and I was just like, nope, nope. I can't do this. I don't want to do this. I don't like lying to my friends. I can't. Never played it since. Never once played it since. I don't mind watching it. I don't mind helping moderate for stream sniping or try to help keep the a voice call to be, important. Because I found it's a little helpful to have someone who isn't deafened just sit there and being able to quickly alert people. I feel that's usually a helpful thing to let someone like the streamer know, yo, something important's happening. I need to get your attention or something, or I need to pause the game, something like that. And the streamer obviously can't pay attention to chat, so I don't know. I find it. I'd like to think as he finds it helpful, but who knows? I could be hallucinating. I was gonna say, you play like a guy named Zarko in Azzies. You're both very knowledgeable about a lot of the tasks and stuff, and very inquisitive. Although he will actually ask you what color certain things were. And if you said the wrong colors, he knew you were lying, like immediately. Like he knew that certain colors could only be applied to certain people, and it was just like, he'd know it. It was so strange. He wins a lot too. Plusle. I need to hang out in your streams a lot more often. I'll admit, this past, since a little bit before Christmas, I got that. I got an antisocial bag. I got a bronchitis, which just completely killed me. I think I was sleeping for an entire week, right at Christmas too. Since then, I turned 40, and it was just like massive, massive lowering and lowering and lowering of social everything, because it was just like like certain things happen, and then things just get twisted ever so slightly wrong, or you were hoping someone would show up to a party and they didn't, and your whole mood gets ruined, and then it just falls lower and lower and lower. So it's just like, I got to be more social. I got to. And I am apologizing for not being social because of my own problem, my own upstairs problems with, turning 40 and being this what was the word? Parasocial and the dangers of being parasocial? Something like that. And it's just been like constantly I haven't had to cough that badly in a while. That was my cue to stop talking about that, It's amazing how your body says no, and you have to do it. I will. Seeing people around reminds me that I have friends who actually are happy that I'm alive, and I need to remember that. It's so easy to slip into a downward cycle, or downward spiral, Anyways, I did say we'd finish this book tonight, so finish it we will. And let's delete this. No, actually, let's move that straight to the bottom. Now, that game that I linked, or that I showed you, Dokapon, that is a game that is a lot of fun, but it's kind of like a game of Monopoly, where playing it alone, even against CPUs, isn't so fun. but playing against friends is a lot of fun, or a lot more fun, especially if you don't know what you're doing and trying to figure it out. And then you realize you can actually backstab each other. Yeah, that is a thing. But it takes a while. Like it's not a 10-minute game. It's like a 2-hour game. So, something to think about. Thank you, Kink. Reading helps my mind. It helps me stay It helps me stay. It helps keep my mind focused on the task at hand. It helps clear my mind and just lets me have a little bit more fun. Because I figured anyone, literally anyone, can play a game. You have the dramatic flair for your games, and I do appreciate that. Not everyone does. Anyone could play Breath of the Wild. Anyone could play Smash Brothers. Anyone could play Super Mario Maker. Who reads books? Who reads books in a very, very calm voice? Some people do. As Tom B showed me a while ago, some people do read books, but I think it was they were using an anime VTuber and a voice changer, almost. I thought about using a voice changer for this, but just to help with voices, because remembering like 20 voices is such a pain in the butt. Oh no. What did you DM me? Oh, I've seen that one. I've actually seen that one. Alright. You are a personality, or you are a personality content creator? Actually, I think that is what you meant to type. You are a personality content creator, not necessarily a gamer. Because I do remember you were reading, before I got so violently sick with bronchitis. Man, you want something that knocks you out hard? Bronchitis. That's gonna knock you out. I'm glad it's over. My voice has yet to be the same though. But before I got sick with it, to the point where I had 4 blankets. One of them was a weighted blanket filled with glass beads, and another was a 20-pound comforter. I was shivering underneath all of them, despite everything, because of the bronchitis. It was like bronchitis, then sinus infection, then massive cough, then the sore throat, and loss of voice for a single day. I lost my voice and taste for one single day. I'm grateful for that. But sinus infections, shivering, just feeling weak and shaking, that ain't fun. Gaming gives you a canvas to make your content. I saw some of that. Like, I remember your Factorio vid, or your Factorio city. I wonder how much not Factorio, Satisfactory. I remember your Satisfactory city. I wonder how much it's changed since 1.0 came out, though. I might have to look at your old content to see if you ever visited it back. But as I was saying, I remember you were doing a dramatic reading for the, what is it called? For the, A Christmas Carol. I was actually quite happy you were doing that. Alright. Let's begin chapter 16, yes? Titled, well, it's the book title. Chapter. Alright. Chapter 16, The Chamber of Secrets.
all those times we were in the bathroom, and she was just toilets away," said Ron bitterly at breakfast next day. "And we could have asked her. And now..." It had been hard enough trying to look for spiders. Escaping their teachers long enough to sneak into a girl's bathroom. The girl's bathroom, moreover, right next to the scene of the first attack, was going to be almost impossible. But something happened in their first lesson, Transfiguration, which drove the Chamber of Secrets out of their mind for the first time in weeks. 10 minutes into the class, Professor McGonagall told them that their exams would start on the 1st of June, 1 week from today. "Exams?" howled Seamus Finnegan. "We're still getting exams?" There was a loud bang behind Harry as Neville Longbottom's wand slipped, vanishing one of the legs on his desk. Professor McGonagall restored it with a wave of her own wand and turned, frowning, to Seamus. "The whole point of keeping the school open at this time is for you to receive your education," she said sternly. "The exams will therefore take place as usual, and I trust you are all revising hard." Revising hard? It had never occurred to Harry that there would be exams with the castle in this state. There was a great deal of mutinous muttering around the room, which made Professor McGonagall scowl even more darkly. "Professor Dumbledore's instructions were to keep the school running as normally as possible," she said, "and that, I need hardly point out, means finding out how much you've learned this year." Harry looked down at the pair of white rabbits he was supposed to be turning into slippers. What had he learned so far this year? He couldn't seem to think of anything that would be useful in an exam. Ron looked as though he had just been told he had to go and live in the Forbidden Forest. "Can you imagine me taking an exams with this?" he asked Harry, holding up his wand, which had just started whistling loudly. 3 days before their first exam, Professor McGonagall made another announcement at breakfast. "I have good news," she said, and the great hall, instead of falling silent, erupted. "Dumbledore's coming back," several people yelled joyfully. "You've caught the heir of Slytherin," squealed a girl at the Ravenclaw table. "Quidditch matches are back on," roared Wood excitedly. When the hubbub had subsided, Professor McGonagall said, "Professor Sprout has informed me that the mandrakes are ready for cutting at last. Tonight we'll be able to revive those people who have been petrified. I need hardly remind you all that one of them may well be able to tell us who, or what, attacked them. I am hopeful that this dreadful year will end with our catching the culprit." There was an explosion of cheering. Harry looked over at a Slytherin table and wasn't at all surprised to see that Draco Malfoy hadn't joined in. Ron, however, was looking happier than he'd looked in days. "It won't matter that we never asked Myrtle then," he said to Harry. "Hermione will probably have all the answers when they wake her up. Mind you, she'll go mad when she finds out we've got exams in 3 days. She hasn't revised. It might be kinder to leave her where she is till they're over." Just then, Ginny Weasley came over and sat down next to Ron. She looked tense and nervous, and Harry noticed that her hands were twisting in her lap. "What's up?" said Ron, helping himself to more porridge. Ginny didn't say anything, but glanced up and down the Gryffindor table with a scared look on her face that reminded Harry of someone, though he couldn't think of who. "Spit it out," said Ron, watching her.
Harry suddenly realized who Ginny looked like. She was rocking backwards and forwards slightly in her chair, exactly like Dobby did when he was teetering on the edge of revealing forbidden information. I've got to tell you something, Ginny mumbled, carefully not looking at Harry. What is it? Said Harry. Ginny looked as though she couldn't find the right words. What? Said Ron. Ginny opened her mouth, but no sound came out. Harry leaned forward and spoke quietly, so that only Ginny and Ron could hear him. Is it something about the Chamber of Secrets? Have you seen something? Someone acting oddly? Ginny drew a deep breath, and, at that precise moment, Percy Weasley appeared, looking tired and wan. Tired and wan. If you finished eating, I'll take that seat, Ginny. I'm starving. I've only just come off patrol duty. Ginny jumped up as though her chair had just been electrified, gave Percy a fleeting, frightened look, and scarpered away. Percy sat down and grabbed a mug from the center of the table. Percy, said Ron angrily. She was just about to tell us something important. Halfway through a gulp of tea, Percy choked. What sort of thing? He said, coughing. I just asked her if she'd seen anything odd, and she started to say, Oh, that's nothing to do with the Chamber of Secrets, said Percy at once. How do you know? Said Ron, his eyebrows raised. Well, if you must know, Ginny, walked in on me the other day when I was... Oh, never mind. Point is, she spotted me doing something and I asked her not to mention it to anybody. I must say, I did think she'd keep her word. It's nothing, really. I'm just rather... Harry had never seen Percy look so uncomfortable. What were you doing, Percy? Said Ron, grinning. Go on. Tell us. We won't laugh. Percy didn't smile back. Pass me those rolls, Harry. I'm starving. Harry knew the whole mystery might be solved tomorrow without their help, but he wasn't about to pass up a chance to speak to Myrtle if it turned up, and to his delight, it did. Mid-morning, when they were being led to the history of magic by Gilderoy Lockhart. Lockhart, who had so often assured them that all the danger had passed, only to be proved wrong straight away, was now wholeheartedly convinced that it was hardly worth the trouble to see them safely down the corridors. His hair wasn't as sleek as usual. It seemed he had been up most of the night, patrolling the 4th floor. Mark my words, he said, ushering them around the corner. The first words out of those poor petrified people's mouths will be, It was Hagrid. Frankly, I'm astounded Professor McGonagall thinks all these security measures are necessary. I agree, sir, said Harry, making Ron drop his books in surprise. Thank you, Harry, said Lockhart graciously while they waited for a long line of Hufflepuffs to pass. I mean, we teachers have quite enough to be getting on with without walking students to classes and standing guard all night. That's right, said Ron, catching on. Why don't you leave us here, sir? We've only got one more quarter to go. You know, Weasley, I think I will, said Lockhart. I really should go and prepare my next class. And he hurried off. Prepare his class, Ron sneered after him. Gone to curl his hair, more like.
They let the rest of the Gryffindors draw ahead of them, then darted down a side passage and hurried off towards Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. But just as they were congratulating each other on their brilliant scheme, "Potter, Weasley, what are you doing?" It was Professor McGonagall, and her mouth was the thinnest of thin smiles. We were, Ron stammered. "We were going to go and see Hermione," said Harry. Ron and Professor McGonagall both looked at him. "We haven't seen her for ages, Professor," Harry went on hurriedly, treading on Ron's foot. "And we thought we'd sneak into the hospital wing, and tell her the mandrakes are ready, or nearly ready, and, not to worry." Professor McGonagall was still staring at him. For a moment, Harry thought she was going to explode. When she spoke, it was in a strangely croaky voice. "Of course," she said, and Harry, amazed, saw a tear glistening in her beady eye. "Of course, I realize this has been hardest on the friends of those who have been. I quite understand. Yes, Potter, of course you may visit Miss Granger. I will inform Professor Binns where you've gone. Tell Madame Pomfrey I've given my permission." Harry and Ron walked away, hardly daring to believe that they've avoided detention. As they turned the corner, they distinctly heard Professor McGonagall blow her nose. "That," said Ron fervently, "is the best story you've ever come up with." They had no choice now but to go to the hospital wing and tell Madame Pomfrey that they had Professor McGonagall's permission to visit Hermione. Madame Pomfrey let them in, but reluctantly. "There's just no point talking to a petrified person," she said. And they had to admit she was right when they'd taken their seats next to Hermione. It was plain that Hermione didn't have the faintest inkling that she had visitors, and that they might just as well tell her bedside cabinet not to worry for all the good it would do. "Wonder if she did see the attacker, though," said Ron, looking sadly at Hermione's rigid face. "Because if he sneaked up on them all, no one will ever know." But Harry wasn't looking at Hermione's face. He was more interested in her right hand. It lay clenched on the top of her blankets. Bending closer, he saw that a piece of paper was scrunched inside her fist. Making sure that Madame Pomfrey was nowhere near, he pointed this out to Ron. "Try and get it out," Ron whispered, shifting in his chair so that he blocked Harry from Madame Pomfrey's view. It was no easy task. Hermione's hand was clamped so tightly around the paper that Harry was sure he was going to tear it. While Ron kept watch, he tugged and twisted, and at last, after several tense minutes, the paper came free. It was a page torn from a very old library book. Harry smoothed it out eagerly, and Ron leaned close to read it too. "Of all the fearsome beasts and monsters that roam our land, there is none more curious or more deadly than the basilisk, also known as the king of serpents. This snake, which may reach gigantic size and live many hundreds of years, is born from a chicken's egg hatched beneath a toad. Its methods of killing are most wondrous, for aside from its deadly and venomous fangs, the basilisk has a murderous stare, and all who are fixed with the beam of its eyes shall suffer instant death. Spiders flee before the basilisk, for it is their mortal enemy, and the basilisk flees from only the crowing of the rooster, which is fatal to it." And beneath this, a single word had been written in a hand Harry recognized as Hermione.
Pipes. It was as though somebody had just flicked a light on in his brain. Ron, he breathed. This is it. This is the answer. The monster in the chamber's a basilisk. A giant serpent. That's why I've been hearing the voice all over the place, and nobody else has heard it. It's because I understand parcel tongue. Harry looked up at the beds around him. The basilisk kills people by looking at them, but no one's died. Because no one looked at it straight in the eye. Colin saw it through his camera. The basilisk burned up all the film inside, but Colin just got petrified. Justin must have seen the basilisk through nearly headless Nick. Nick got the full blast of it, but he couldn't die again. And Hermione and that Ravenclaw prefect were found with a mirror next to them. Hermione had just realized that the monster was a basilisk. I bet you anything she warned the first person she met to look round corners with a mirror first. And that girl pulled out her mirror and... John's jaw had dropped. And Miss Norris, he whispered eagerly. Harry thought hard, picturing the scene on the night of Halloween. The water, he said slowly. The flood from Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. I bet you Miss Norris only saw the reflection. He scanned the page in his hand eagerly. The more he looked at it, the more it made sense. The basilisk flees only from the crowing of the moon's rooster, which is fatal to it. He read aloud. Hagrid's roosters were killed. The heir of Slytherin didn't want one anywhere near the castle once the chamber was open. Spiders flee before the basilisk. It all fits. But how's the basilisk been getting around the place? Said Ron. A dirty great snake somebody would have seen. Harry, however, pointed at the word Hermione had scribbled at the foot of the page. Pipes, he said. Pipes, Ron. It's been using the plumbing. I've been hearing the voices inside the walls. Ron suddenly grabbed Harry's arm. The entrance to the Chamber of Secrets, he said hoarsely. What if it's in a bathroom? What if it's in... Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, said Harry. They sat there, excitement coursing through them, hardly able to believe it. This means, said Harry, I can't be the only Parselmouth in the school. The heir of Slytherin's ones, too. That's how they've been in controlling the basilisk. What are we going to do? Said Ron, whose eyes were flashing. Shall we go straight to McGonagall? Let's go to the staff room, said Harry, jumping up. She'll be there in 10 minutes if it's nearly break. They ran downstairs. Not wanting to be discovered hanging around another corridor, they went straight into the deserted staff room. It was a large, paneled room full of dark wooden chairs. Harry and Ron paced around it, too excited to sit down. But the bell to signal break never came. Instead, echoing through the corridors came Professor McGonagall's voice, magically magnified. All students to return to their house dormitories at once. All teachers to return to the staff room immediately, please. Harry wheeled around to stare at Ron. Not another attack. Not now. What do we do? Said Ron aghast. Go back to the dormitory? No, said Harry, glancing around. There was an ugly sort of wardrobe to his left, full of the teachers' cloaks. In here. Let's hear what it's all about. Then we can tell him what we found out. They hid themselves inside of it, listening to the rumbling of hundreds of people moving overhead, and the staff room door banging open. From between the musty folds of cloaks, they watched the teachers filter into the room. Some of them were looking puzzled, others downright scared. Then Professor McGonagall arrived. It has happened, she told the silent staff room. A student has been taken by the monster, right into the chamber itself. Professor Flitwick let out a squeal. Professor Sprout clapped her hands over her mouth. Snape gripped the back of his chair very hard and said, "How can you be sure?" "The hair of Slytherin," said Professor McGonagall, who was very white, "left another message right underneath the first one. Her skeleton will lie in the chamber forever." Professor Flitwick burst into tears. "Who is it?" said Madame Hooch, who had sunk weak-kneed into a chair. "Which student?" "Ginny Weasley," said Professor McGonagall. Harry felt Ron slide silently down the wardrobe floor beside him. "We shall have to send all the students home tomorrow," said Professor McGonagall. "This is the end of Hogwarts. Dumbledore always said—" The staff room door banged open once again. For one wild moment, Harry was sure it would be Dumbledore. But it was Lockhart, and he was beaming. "So sorry. Dozed off. What have I missed?" He didn't seem to notice that the other teachers was looking at him with something remarkably like hatred. Snape stepped forward. "Just the man," he said. "The very man. A girl has been snatched by the monster, Lockhart, taken into the Chamber of Secrets itself. Your moment has come at last." Lockhart blanched. "That's right, Gilderoy," chipped in Professor Spout. "Weren't you saying just last night you've known all along where the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets is?" I, spluttered Lockhart. "Yes, didn't you tell me you knew what was inside of it?" piped up Professor Flitwick. "Did I? I don't recall." "I certainly remember you saying you were sorry you hadn't had a crack at the monster before Hagrid was arrested," said Snape. "Didn't you say that the whole affair had been bungled, and that you should have been given free rein from the first?" Lockhart stared around at his stony-faced colleagues. I really never. You may have misunderstood. "We'll leave it to you, then, Gilderoy," said Professor McGonagall. "Tonight will be an excellent time to do it. We'll make sure everybody's out of your way. You'll be able to tackle the monster all by yourself. A free rein at last." Lockhart gazed desperately around him, but nobody came to the rescue. He didn't look remotely handsome anymore. His lip was trembling, and in the absence of his usual toothy grin, he looked weak-chinned and weedy. Very well," he said. I'll be in my office, getting ready." And he left the room. "Right," said Professor McGonagall, whose nostrils were flared. "That's got him out from under our feet. The heads of houses shall go and inform the students what has happened. Tell them the Hogwarts Express will take them home first thing tomorrow. Will the rest of you please make sure no students have been left outside the dormitories?" The teachers rose and left one by one. It was probably the worst day of Harry's entire life. He, Ron, Fred, and George sat together in a corner of the Gryffindor common room, unable to say anything to each other. Percy wasn't there. He had gone to send an owl to Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, then shut himself up in his dormitory. No afternoon ever lasted as long as that one, nor had any Gryffindor tower ever been so crowded, yet so quiet. Near sunset, Fred and George went up to bed, unable to sit there any longer. "She knew something, Harry," said Ron, speaking for the first time since they had entered the wardrobe in the staff room. "That's why she was taken. It wasn't something stupid about Percy at all. She'd found out something about the Chamber of Secrets. That must be why she was—" Ron rubbed his eyes frantically. She was pure blood. There can't be any other reason." Harry could see the sun sinking, blood red, below the skyline. This was the worst he had ever felt. If only there was something they could do. Anything. Harry, said Ron, do you think there's any chance at all she's not, Harry didn't know what to say. He couldn't see how Ginny could still be alive. Do you know what? Said Ron. I think we should go and see Lockhart. Tell him we know. He's going to try and get us into the chamber. We could tell him where we think it is, and tell him it's a basilisk in there. Because Harry couldn't think of anything else to do. And because he wanted to be doing something, he agreed. The Gryffindors around them were so miserable, and felt so sorry for the Weasleys, that nobody tried to stop them as they got up, crossed the room, and left through the portrait hole. Darkness was falling as they walked down to Lockhart's office. There seemed to be a lot of activity going on inside it. They could hear scraping, thumps, and hurried footsteps. Harry knocked, and there was a sudden silence from inside. Then the door opened the tiniest crack, and they saw one of Lockhart's eyes peering through it. "Oh, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley," he said, opening the door a mite wider. "I'm rather busy at the moment. If you would be quick. Professor." "We've got some information for you," said Harry. "We think it'll help you." Well, it's not terribly." The side of Lockhart's face that they could see looked very uncomfortable. "I mean, well, all right." He opened the door and they entered. His office had been almost completely stripped. 2 large trunks stood open on the floor. Robes, jade green, lilac, midnight blue, had been hastily folded into one of them. Books were jumbled untidily into the other. The photographs that had covered the walls were now crammed into boxes on the desk. "Are you going somewhere?" said Harry. Well, yes," said Lockhart, ripping a life-size poster of himself from the back of the door as he spoke, starting to roll it up. "Urgent call. Unavoidable. Got to go." "What about my sister?" said Ron jerkily. "Well, as to that, most unfortunate," said Lockhart, avoiding their eyes as he wrenched open the drawer and started emptying the contents into a bag. "No one regrets more than You're the defense against the dark arts teacher," said Harry. "You can't go now. Not with all the dark stuff going on here." "Well, I must say, when I took the job," Lockhart muttered, now piling socks on top of his robes, "nothing in the job description. Didn't expect—" "You mean you're running away?" said Harry disbelievingly. "After all that stuff you did in your books?" "Books can be misleading," said Lockhart delicately. "You wrote them!" "My dear boy," said Lockhart, straightening up and frowning at Harry, "do use your common sense. My books wouldn't have sold half as well if people didn't think I'd done all those things. No one wants to read about some ugly old American warlock. Even if he did save a village from werewolves, he'd look dreadful on the front cover. No dress sense at all. And the witch who banished the band in Banshee had a hairy chin. I mean, come on." "So you've just been taking credit for what a load of other people have done?" said Harry incredulously. Harry, said Lockhart, shaking his head impatiently. "It's not nearly as simple as that. There was work involved. I had to track these people down, ask them exactly how they managed to do what they did. Then I had to put a memory charm on them so they wouldn't remember doing it. If there's one thing I pride myself on, it's my memory charms. No, it's been a lot of work, Harry. It's not all book signings and publicity photos, you know. You want fame? You have to be prepared for a long, hard slog." He bandaged the lid of his trunks shut and locked them. "Let's see," he said. "I think that's everything. Yes." Only one thing left. He pulled out his wand and turned to them. Awfully sorry, boys, but I'll have to put a memory charm on you now. Can't have you blabbing my secrets all over the place. I'd never sell another book. Harry reached his wand just in time. Lockhart had barely raised his when Harry bellowed, Expelliarmus! Lockhart was blasted backwards, falling over his trunk. His wand flew high into the air. Ron caught it and flung it out the open window. Shouldn't have let Professor Snape teach us that one, said Harry furiously, kicking Lockhart's trunk aside. Lockhart was looking up at him, weedy once more. Harry was still pointing his wand at him. What do you want me to do? Said Lockhart weakly. I don't know where the Chamber of Secrets is. There's nothing I can do. You're in luck, said Harry, forcing Lockhart to his feet at wand point. We think we know where it is, and what's inside it. Let's go. They marched Lockhart out of his office and down the nearest stairs, along the dark corridor where the messages shone on the wall, to the door of Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. They sent Lockhart in first. Harry was pleased to see that he was shaking. Moaning Myrtle was sitting on the cistern of a yen toilet. Oh, it's you, she said when she saw Harry. What do you want this time? To ask you how you died, said Harry. Myrtle's whole aspect changed at once. She looked as though she had never been asked such a flattering question. Ooh, it was dreadful, she said with relish. It happened right here. I died in this very cubicle. I remember it so well. I'd hidden because Olive Hornby was teasing me about my glasses. The door was locked, and I was crying. Then I heard somebody come in. They said something funny, a different language, I think it must have been. Anyway, what really got me was that it was a boy speaking. So I unlocked the door to tell him to go and use his own toilet. And then... Myrtle swallowed importantly, her face shining. I died. How? Said Harry. No idea, said Myrtle in hushed tones. I just remember seeing a pair of great big yellow eyes. My whole body sort of seized up, and I was floating away. She looked dreamily at Harry. And then I came back again. I was determined to haunt Olive Hornby, you see. Oh, she was sorry she'd ever laughed at my glasses. Where exactly did you see the eyes? Said Harry. Somewhere there, said Myrtle, pointing vaguely towards the sink in front of her toilet. Harry and Ron hurried over to it. Lockhart was standing well back, a look of utter terror on his face. It looked like an ordinary sink. They examined every inch of it, inside and out, including the pipes below. And then Harry saw it. Scratched on the side of one of the copper taps was a tiny snake. That tap's never worked, said Myrtle brightly, as he tried to turn it on. Harry, said Ron, say something in parcel tongue. But, Harry thought hard, the only times he'd ever managed to speak parcel tongue were when he'd faced a real snake. He stared hard at the tiny engravings, trying to imagine it was real. Open up, he said. He looked at Ron, who shook his head. English, he said. Harry looked back at the snake, willing himself to believe it was alive. If he moved his head, the candlelight made it look as though it was moving. Open up, he said. Except that the words weren't what he heard. A strange hissing had escaped him, and at once the tap glowed with a brilliant white light and began to spin. Next second, the sink began to move. The sink, in fact, sank right out of sight, leaving a large pipe exposed. a pipe wide enough for a man to slide into. Harry heard Ron gasp and looked up again. He had made up his mind what he was going to do. I'm going down there. He couldn't not go, not now that they had found the entrance to the chamber, not if there was even the faintest, slimmest, wildest chance Ginny might be alive. Me too, said Ron. There was a pause. Well, it seems you hardly seem to need me, said Lockhart with a shadow of his old smile. I'll just... He put up his hand on the doorknob, but Harry and Ron both pointed their wands at him. You can go first, Ron snarled, white-faced and wandless. Lockhart approached the opening. Boys, he said in his voice feeble. Boys, what good will it do? Harry jabbed him in the back with his wand. Lockhart slid his legs into the pipe. I really don't think, he started to say, but Ron gave him a push, and he slid out of sight. Harry followed quickly. He lowered himself slowly into the pipe, then let go. It was like rushing down an endless, slimy, dark slide. He could see more pipes branching off in all directions, but none as large as theirs, which twisted and turned, sloping steeply downwards. And he knew that he was falling deeper below the school than even the dungeons. Behind him, he could hear Ron thudding slightly at the curves, and then, just as he began to worry about what would happen when he hit the ground, the pipe leveled out, and he shot out of the end with a wet thud, landing on the damp floor of a dark stone tunnel, large enough to stand in. Lockhart was getting to his feet a little way away, covered in slime white as a ghost. Harry stood aside as Ron came whizzing out of the pipe too. We must be miles under the school, said Harry, his voice echoing in the black tunnel. Under the lake, probably, said Ron, squinting at the dark, slimy walls. All three of them turned to stare in the darkness ahead. Lumos, Harry muttered to his wand, and it lit again. Come on, he said to Ron and Lockhart, and off they went, the footsteps slapping loudly on the wet floor. The tunnel was so dark that they could only see a little distance ahead. Their shadows on the wet walls looked monstrous in the wan light. Remember, Harry said as they walked cautiously forward, any sign of movement, close your eyes straight away. But the tunnel was as quiet as the grave, and the first unexpected sound they heard was a loud crunch as Ron stepped on what turned out to be a rat's skull. Harry lowered his wand to look at the floor and saw that it was littered with small animal bones. Trying very hard not to imagine what Ginny might look like if they found her, Harry led the way forward, round a dark bend in the tunnel. Harry, there's something up there, said Ron hoarsely, grabbing Harry's shoulder. They froze, watching. Harry could just see the outline of something huge and curved, lying right across the tunnel. It wasn't moving. Maybe it's asleep, he breathed, glancing back at the other two. Lockhart's hands were pressed over his eyes. Harry turned back to look at the thing, his heart beating so fast it hurt. Very slowly, his eyes as narrow as he could make them and still see, Harry edged forward, his wand held high. The light slid over a gigantic snakeskin of a vivid, poisonous green, lying curled and empty across the tunnel floor. The creature that had shed it must have been 20 feet long at least. Blimey, said Ron weakly. There was a sudden movement behind him. Gilderoy's Lockhart's knees had given way. "Get up," said Ron sharply, pointing his wand at Lockhart. Lockhart got to his feet. Then he dived at Ron, knocking him to the ground. Harry jumped forward, but too late. Lockhart was straightening up, panting, Ron's wand in his hand and a gleaming smile back on his face. "The adventure ends here, boys," he said. "I shall take a bit of the skin back up to the school to tell them I was too late to save the girl, and that you two tragically lost your minds at the sight of her mangled body. Say goodbye to your memories." He raised Ron's sellotaped wand high over his head and yelled, "Obliviate!" The wand exploded with the force of a small bomb. Harry flung his arms over his head and ran, slipping over the coils of the snakeskin, out of the way of great chunks of tunnel ceiling which were thundering down to the floor. Next moment, he was standing alone, gazing at a solid wall of broken rock. "Ron," he shouted, "are you okay? Ron!" "I'm here," came Ron's muffled voice from behind the rock wall. "I'm okay. This Git's not, though. He got blasted by the wand." There was a dull thud and a loud "Ow!" It sounded as though Ron had just kicked Lockhart in the shins. "What now?" Ron's voice sounding desperate. "We can't get through. It'll take ages." Harry looked at the tunnel ceiling. Huge cracks had appeared in it. He had never tried to break apart anything as large as these rocks by magic, and now didn't seem a good moment to try. What if the whole tunnel caved in? There was another thud, and another "ow" from behind the rocks. They were wasting time. Guinea had already been in the Chamber of Secrets for hours. Harry knew there was only one thing to do. "Wait there," he called to Ron. "Wait with Lockhart. I'll go on. If I'm not back in an hour..." There was a very pregnant pause. "I'll try and shift some of this rock," said Ron, who seemed to be trying to keep his voice steady, "so you can get back through. And Harry..." "See you in a bit," said Harry, trying to inject some confidence into his shaking voice. And he set off alone past the giant snake's skin. Soon, the distant noise of Ron straining to shift the rocks was gone. The tunnel turned and turned again. Every nerve in Harry's body was tingling unpleasantly. He wanted the tunnel to end, yet dreaded what he'd find when it did. And then, at last, he crept around another bend. He saw a solid wall, ahead on which two entwined serpents were carved, their eyes set with great, glinting emeralds. Harry approached, his throat very dry. There was no need to pretend that these stone snakes were real. Their eyes looked strangely alive. He could guess what he had to do. He cleared his throat, and the emerald eyes seemed to flicker. "Open," said Harry in a low, faint hiss. The serpents parted, and the wall cracked open. The halves slid smoothly out of sight, and Harry, shaking from head to foot, walked inside. And that ends chapter 16. Whew. I almost feel sorry for Gilderoy, but he got what was coming to him. Hello, Renee. And hello, welcome back, Nathan. Although I imagine you've only been lurking this whole time. Hello, Nadina. Goodbye, Nadina. Pleasant dreams. Oh, wow. Something in my throat. I think it might be a hair or something. I'm gonna have to shave tonight. I don't like making this go away. It makes me look a little bit more mature, but It's like these things get in my throat and just cause me so many problems. I forgot they did that because I'm lightly choking on it now, but it's not going to go away anytime soon. Anyways, pictures. Y'all want to see some, right? I promise there's no dreadful snakes here, so the phobia of snakes shouldn't be a problem. I will be perfectly honest. I do not know what that is supposed to be. Is that the skull of a basilisk? And I'll share a small secret with you. I'm familiar with a lot of D&D and a lot of magic games and a lot of other various different things. When I see basilisk, I don't think of serpent. Not at all. I think of something more akin to this. Let's see if this will work. I think something more akin to this. Oh. Really? Really? Fine. I think of something more like this. Wait, what? Okay. You actually have to be higher. I think of something more like that. Oh, yes, you should try to sleep. If you have a sleep study, you should do a normal sleep if you can. When I think of basilisk, that's what I think of. Not a snake, honestly. Although the very first result I see when I search basilisk is the snake from Harry Potter. But this is what I think of, like a large lumbering animal, kind of like a giant lizard with 6 legs that just thuds around like a hulking beast, large, like triple the size of a hippo, or maybe double the triple size of a hippo with 6 legs and a tail. That its bite is fierce, could probably wrench a car apart, and its eyes will turn you to stone. So, when I read this book, my illusion of that was shattered, and I was left questioning, because this was a time before Google, after all. Moving on. Nothing here, although there are little coils around the entire page. I'm not entirely certain what those coils are. Hairs? Not sure. They're on this next page too. And this page, they gotta represent something, but I'm at a loss of what. Here's, what? I didn't give nightmare fuel. A basilisk is a mythical creature. They don't exist in this world, whether the Harry Potter version or the Dungeons and Dragons version. Like, neither exists. You don't want to find either one, although being turned to stone isn't so bad. Because there are things that can reverse that. Scene of Hogwarts at sunset, looking very cold and bleak. more of those curls. This one looks creepy, but I don't think it'll trigger a phobia. And here you see Harry Potter in the center with Gilderoy on here and Ron with the giant snake skin all here. Thankfully, the snake isn't there. It's just a snake skin. It looks creepy. And I like the detail he put in it. And how it's not a solid thing either. Those are all the pictures. I will be right back. I do need to pee. So, I shall be back. This will not take long. And then we could probably finish up what I think is the last chapter. Yes? It's already 11 o'clock, or quarter to 11. Holy smokes. Oh dear. You will try to get some sleep? Tuh. I'm gonna be honest, almost everyone has sleep apnea. Both, it's like one of mankind's failings. Almost everyone snores to some degree, I think. And almost everyone has trouble sleeping. So it's like having either of them is about as common as having tinnitus. Like, it's just a thing. Good night, Miss Nadina. All right. Shall we, do the final chapter? Or I think it's the final chapter anyway. I can imagine how much more there'd be after this, and there's only what? Oh no, there's 27 pages, so... there are 2 chapters left. Alright. Let's begin. Sorry if my break chased anyone off. Yes? Although this one has one killer of a cover photo. Can't wait to show yous.
Chapter 17. The Heir of Slytherin. He was standing at the end of a long, dimly lit chamber. Towering stone pillars, entwined with more carved serpents, rose to support a ceiling lost in darkness, casting long black shadows through the odd greenish gloom that filled the place. His heart beating very fast, Harry stood listening to the chill silence. Could the basilisk be lurking in the shadowy corner behind a pillar? And where was Ginny? He pulled out his wand and moved forward between the serpentine columns. Every careful footstep echoed loudly off the shadowy walls. He kept his eyes narrowed, ready to clamp them shut at the smallest sign of movement. The hollow eye sockets of the stone snakes seemed to be following him. More than once, with a jolt of the stomach, he thought he saw one stir. Then, as he drew level with the last pair of pillars, a statue as high as the chamber itself loomed into view, standing against the back wall. Harry had to crane his neck to look up into the giant face above. It was ancient and monkey-like, with a long, thin beard that fell almost to the bottom of the wizard's sweeping stone robes, where two enormous gray feet stood on the smooth chamber floor. And between the feet, face down, lay a small black-robed figure with flaming red hair. "Ginny!" Harry murmured, sprinting to her and dropping to his knees. "Ginny, don't be dead! Please don't be dead!" He flung his wand aside, grabbed Ginny's shoulders, and turned her over. Her face was white as marble and as cold, yet her eyes were closed, so she wasn't petrified. But then she must be. "Ginny, please wake up," Harry muttered desperately, shaking her. Ginny's head lolled helplessly from side to side. "She won't wake," said a soft voice. Harry jumped and spun around on his knees. A tall, black-haired boy was leaning against the nearest pillar, watching. He was strangely blurred around the edges, as though Harry was looking at him through a misted window. But there was no mistaking him. Tom Riddle." Riddle nodded, not taking his eyes off Harry's face. "What do you mean she won't wake?" Harry said desperately. She's not. She's still alive," said Riddle, "but only just." Harry stared at him. Tom Riddle had been at Hogwarts 50 years ago, yet here he stood, a weird, misty light shining about him, not a day older than 16. "Are you a ghost?" Harry said uncertainly. "A memory," said Riddle quietly. "Preserved in a diary for 50 years. He pointed towards the floor near the statue's giant toes. Lying open there was the little black diary Harry had found in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. For a second, Harry wondered how it got there. But there were more pressing matters to deal with. "You've got to help me, Tom," Harry said, raising Ginny's head again. "We've got to get her out of here. There's a basilisk. I don't know where it is, but it could be along at any moment. Please help me." Riddle didn't move. Harry, sweating, managed to hoist Ginny half off the floor
and bent to pick up his wand again. But his wand had gone. "Did you see?" He looked up. Riddle was still watching him, twirling Harry's wand between his long fingers. "Thanks," said Harry, stretching out his hand for it. A smile curled on the corner of Riddle's mouth. He continued to stare at Harry, twirling the wand idly. "Listen," said Harry, urgently, his knees sagging with Ginny's dead weight. "We've got to go. If the basilisk comes..." "It won't come until it's called," said Riddle calmly. Harry lowered Ginny back onto the floor, unable to hold her up any longer. "What do you mean?" he said. "Look, give me my wand. I might need it." Riddle's smile broadened. "You won't be needing it," he said. Harry stared at him. "What do you mean I won't be?" "I've waited a long time for this, Harry Potter," said Riddle, "for the chance to see you, to speak to you." "Look," said Harry, losing patience. "I don't think you get it. We're in the Chamber of Secrets. We can talk later." "We are going to talk now," said Riddle, smiling broadly, and he pocketed Harry's wand. Harry stared at him. There was something very funny going about here. "How did Ginny get like this?" he asked slowly. "Well, that's an interesting question," said Riddle pleasantly, "and quite a long story. I suppose the real reason Ginny Weasley is like this is because she opened her heart and spilled all her secrets to an invisible stranger." "What are you talking about?" said Harry. "The diary," said Riddle. "My diary. Little Ginny's been writing in it for months and months, telling me all her pitiful worries and woes, how her brothers tease her, how she had to come to school with second-hand robes and books, how—" Riddle's eyes glinted. "How she didn't think famous, good Harry Potter would ever like her." All the time he spoke, Riddle's eyes never left Harry's face. There was an almost hungry look in them. "It's very boring having to listen to the silly little troubles of an 11-year-old girl," he went on. "But I was patient. I wrote back. I was sympathetic. I was kind. Ginny simply loved me. No one's ever understood me like you, Tom. I'm so glad I've got this diary to confide in. It's like having a friend I can carry around in my pocket." Riddle laughed, a high, cold laugh that didn't suit him. It made the hairs stand up on the back of Harry's neck. "If I say it myself, Harry, I've always been able to charm the people I needed. So Ginny poured out her soul to me, and her soul happened to be exactly what I needed. I grew stronger and stronger on a diet of her deepest fears, her darkest secrets. I grew powerful, far more powerful than little Miss Weasley, powerful enough to start feeding Miss Weasley a few of my secrets, to start pouring a little of my soul back into her." "What do you mean?" said Harry, whose mouth had gone very dry. "Haven't you guessed yet, Harry Potter?" said Riddle softly. "Ginny Weasley opened the Chamber of Secrets. She strangled the school roosters and daubed threatening messages on the walls. She set the Serpent of Slytherin on 4 mudbloods and the Squib's cat." "No," Harry whispered. "Yes," said Riddle calmly. "Of course,
She didn't know what she was doing at first. It was very amusing. I wish you could have seen her new diary entries. Far more interesting. They became, "Dear Tom," he recited, watching Harry's horrified face. "I think I'm losing my memory. There are rooster feathers all over my robes, and I don't know how they got there. Dear Tom, I can't remember what I did on the night of Halloween, but a cat was attacked, and I've got paint all down my front. Dear Tom, Percy keeps telling me I'm pale and not myself. I think he suspects me. There was another attack today. I don't know where I was. Tom, what am I going to do? I think I'm going mad. I think I'm the one attacking everyone, Tom." Harry's fists were clenched, the nails digging deep into his palms. It took a very long time for stupid little Guinea to stop trusting her diary, said Riddle, but she finally became suspicious and tried to dispose of it. And that's where you came in, Harry. You found it, and I couldn't have been more delighted. Of all the people who could have picked it up, it was you. The very person I was most anxious to meet. "And why did you want to meet me?" said Harry. Anger was coursing through him, and it was an effort to keep his voice steady. "Well, you see, King told me all about you, Harry," said Riddle. "Your whole fascinating history." His eyes roved over the lightning scar on Harry's forehead, and his expression grew hungry. "I knew I must find out more about you, talk to you, meet you if I could. So I decided to show you my famous capture of the great oaf Hagrid to gain your trust. "Hagrid's my friend," said Harry, his voice now shaking. "And you framed him, didn't you? I thought you made a mistake, but—" Riddle laughed his high laugh again. "It was my word against Hagrid's, Harry. Well, you can imagine how it looked to old Armando Dipet. On one hand, Tom Riddle, poor but brilliant, parentless but so brave, school prefect, model student. On the other hand, big, blundering Hagrid, in trouble every other week, trying to raise werewolf cubs under his bed, sneaking off to the Forbidden Forest to wrestle trolls. But I admit, even I was surprised how well the plan worked. I thought someone must have realized that Hagrid couldn't possibly be the heir of Slytherin. It had taken me 5 whole years to find out everything I could about the Chamber of Secrets and discover the secret entrance, as though Hagrid had the brains or the power. Only the Transfiguration teacher, Dumbledore, seemed to think Hagrid was innocent. He persuaded Dipet to keep Hagrid and train him as a gameskeeper. Yes, I think Dumbledore might have guessed. Dumbledore never seemed to like me as much as the other teachers did. "I bet Dumbledore saw right through you," said Harry, his teeth gritted. "Well, he certainly kept an annoyingly close watch on me after Hagrid was expelled," said Riddle carelessly. "I knew it wouldn't be safe to open the chamber again while I was still at school, but I wasn't going to waste those long years I spent searching for it. I decided to leave behind a diary, preserving my 16-year-old self in its pages so that one day, with luck, I would be able to lead another in my footsteps and finish Salazar Slytherin's noble work." "Well, you haven't finished it," said Harry triumphantly. "No one's died this time, not even the cat. In a few hours, the mandrake drop will be ready, and everyone who's petrified will be all right again." "Harry, haven't I already told you," said Riddle quietly, "that killing mudbloods doesn't matter to me anymore? For many months now, my new target has been you." Harry stared at him. Imagine how angry I was when next time my diary was open, it was Guinea who was writing to me, not you. She saw you with the diary, you see, and panicked. What if you found out how to work it? What if I repeated all her secrets to you? What if, even worse, I told you who'd been strangling roosters? So the foolish little brat waited until your dormitory was deserted and stole it back. But I knew what I must do. It was clear to me that you were on the trail of Slytherin's heir. From everything Guinea had told me about you, I knew you would go to any lengths to solve the mystery, particularly if one of your best friends was attacked. And Guinea had told me that the whole school was buzzing because you could speak parcel tongue. So I made Guinea write her own farewell on the wall and come down here to wait. She struggled and cried and became very boring. But there isn't much left in her. She put too much into the diary, into me. Enough to let me leave its pages at last. I have been waiting for you to appear since we arrived here. I knew you'd come. I have many questions for you, Harry Potter. Like what? Harry spat, fists still clenched. Well, said Riddle, smiling pleasantly, how is it a baby? How is it that a baby with no extraordinary magical talent managed to defeat the greatest wizard of all time? How did you escape with nothing but a scar? Why Lord Voldemort's powers were destroyed? There was an odd red gleam in his hungry eyes now. Why do you care how I escaped? Said Harry slowly. Voldemort was after your time. Voldemort, said Riddle softly, is my past, present, and future Harry Potter. He pulled Harry's wand from his pocket and began to trace it through the air, writing 3 shimmering words. Tom, Marvolo, Riddle. Then he waved the wand at once, and the letters of his name rearranged themselves. I am Lord Voldemort. You see, he whispered, it was a name I was already using at Hogwarts, to my most intimate friends only, of course. You think I was going to use my filthy Muggle father's name forever? I, in whose veins runs the blood of Salazar Slytherin himself, through my mother's side? I keep the name of a foul, common Muggle who abandoned me even before I was born, just because he found out his wife was a witch? No, Harry. I fashioned myself a new name, a name I knew wizards everywhere will one day fear to speak, when I had become the greatest sorcerer in the world. Harry's brain seemed to have jammed. He stared numbly at Riddle, at the orphan boy who had grown up to murder Harry's own parents, and so many others. At last, he forced himself to speak. You're not, he said, his quiet voice full of hatred. Not what? Not the greatest sorcerer in the world, said Harry, breathing fast. Sorry to disappoint you and all that, but the greatest wizard in the world is Albus Dumbledore. Everyone says so. Even when you were strong, you didn't dare try and take over at Hogwarts. Dumbledore saw through you when you were at school, and he still frightens you now, wherever you're hiding these days. The smile had gone from Riddle's face to be replaced by a very ugly look. Dumbledore's been driven out of his castle by the mere memory of me, he hissed. He's not as gone as you might think, Harry retorted. He was speaking at random, wanting to scare Riddle, wishing rather than to believe it was true. Riddle opened his mouth, but froze.
Music was coming from somewhere. Riddle whirled around to stare at the empty chamber. The music was growing louder. It was eerie, spine-tingling, unearthly. It lifted the hair on Harry's scalp and made his heart feel as though it was swelling to twice its normal size. Then, as the music reached such a pitch that Harry felt it vibrating inside his own ribs, flames erupted at the top of the nearest pillar. A crimson bird the size of a swan had appeared, piping its weird music to the vaulted ceiling. It had a glittering golden tail as long as a peacock's and gleaming golden towels, which were gripping a ragged bundle. A second later, the bird was flying straight at Harry. It dropped the ragged thing it was carrying at his feet and landed heavily on his shoulder. As it folded its great wings, Harry looked up and saw it had a long, sharp, golden beak and beady black eyes. The bird had stopped singing. It sat still and warm next to Harry's cheek, gazing steadily at Riddle. "That's a phoenix," said Riddle, staring shrewdly back at it. "Fox?" Harry breathed, and he felt the bird's golden claws seize his shoulder gently. "And that," said Riddle, now eyeing the ragged thing that Fox had dropped, "that's the old school sorting hat." So it was. Patched, frayed, and dirty, the hat lay motionless at Harry's feet. Riddle began to laugh again. He laughed so hard that the dark chamber rang with it, as though 10 Riddles were laughing at once. "This is what Dumbledore sends his defender. A songbird and an old hat. Do you feel brave, Harry Potter? Do you feel safe now?" Harry didn't answer. He might not see what Fox or the sorting hat were, but he was no longer alone, and he waited with mounting courage for Riddle to stop laughing. "To business, Harry," said Riddle, still smiling broadly. "Twice in your past, and in my future, we have met. And twice I have failed to kill you. How did you survive? Tell me everything. The longer you talk," he added softly, "the longer you stay alive." Harry was thinking fast, weighing his chances. Riddle had the wand. He, Harry, had Fox and the sorting hat, neither of which would be of much good in a duel. It looked bad, all right, but the longer Riddle stood there, the more life was dwindling out of Ginny, and in the meantime, Harry noticed suddenly, Riddle's outline was becoming clearer, more solid. If it had to be a fight between him and Riddle, better sooner than later. "Nobody knows why you lost your powers when you attacked me," said Harry abruptly. "I don't know myself, but I know why you couldn't kill me. Because my mother died to save me. My common, muggle-born mother," he added, shaking with suppressed rage. "She stopped you killing me, and I've seen the real you. I saw you last year. You're a wreck. You're barely alive. That's where all your power got you. You're in hiding, you ugly. You're ugly. You're foul." Riddle's face contorted, and he forced it into an awful smile. "So your mother died to save you. Yes, that's a powerful countercharm. I can see now. There's nothing special about you, after all. I wondered, you see. Because there are strange likenesses between us, Harry Potter. Even you must have noticed. Both half-bloods, orphans, raised by muggles. Probably the only 2 Parselmonths to come to Hogwarts since the great Slytherin himself. We even look something alike. But after all, It was merely a lucky chance that saved you from me. It's all I wanted to know. Harry stood, tense, waiting for Riddle to raise his wand. But Riddle's twisted smile was widening again. Now, Harry, I'm going to teach you a little lesson. Let's match the powers of Lord Voldemort, heir of Salazar Slytherin, against the famous Harry Potter and the best weapons Dumbledore can give him. He cast an amused eye over Fawkes and the Sorting Hat, then walked away. Harry, fear spreading up his numb legs, watched Riddle stop between the high pillars and looked up into the stone face of Slytherin, high above him in the half-darkness. Riddle opened his mouth wide and hissed, but Harry understood what he was saying. Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four. Harry wheeled around to look at the statue, Fawkes swaying on his shoulder. Slytherin's gigantic stone face was moving. Horror-struck, Harry saw his mouth opening, wider and wider, to make a huge black hole. And something was staring inside the statue's mouth. Something was slithering up from its depths. Harry backed away until he hit the dark chamber wall, and as he shut his eyes tight, he felt Fawkes's wings sweep his cheek as he took flight. Harry wanted to shout, "Don't leave me!" But what chance did a phoenix have against the King of Serpents? Something huge hit the stone floor of the chamber. Harry felt it shudder. He knew what was happening. He could sense it. He could almost see the giant serpent uncoiling itself from Slytherin's mouth. Then he heard Riddle's hissing voice. "Kill him." The basilisk was moving towards Harry. You could hear its heavy body slithering ponderously across the dusty floor. Eyes still tightly shut, Harry began to run blindly sideways, his head outstretched, feeling his way. Riddle was laughing. Harry tripped. He fell hard onto the stone and tasted blood. The serpent was barely feet from him. He could hear it coming. There was a loud, explosive spitting sound right above him, and then something heavy hit Harry so hard that he was smashed against the wall, waiting for fangs to sink through his whole body. He heard more mad hissing, something thrashing wildly off the pillars. He couldn't help it. He opened his eyes wide enough to squint at what was going on. The enormous serpent, bright, poisonous green, thick as an oak trunk, has raised itself high in the air, and its great blunt head was weaving drunkenly between the pillars. As Harry trembled, ready to close his eyes if it turned, he saw what had distracted the snake. Fawkes was soaring around its head, and the basilisk was snapping furiously at him with fangs as long and thin as sabers. Fawkes dived. His long golden beak sank out of sight, and a sudden shower of dark blood splattered the floor. The snake's tail thrashed, narrowly missing Harry, and before Harry could shut his eye, it turned. Harry could see straight into its face, and saw that its eyes, both its great bulbous yellow eyes, had been punctured by the phoenix. Blood was streaming to the floor, and the snake was spitting in agony. "No!" Harry heard Riddle screaming. "Leave the bird! Leave the bird! The boy is behind you. You could still smell him. Kill him." The blinded serpent swayed, confused, still deadly. Fawkes was circling its head, piping his eerie song, jabbing here and there as the basilisk's scaly nose as the blood poured from its ruined eyes. "Help me! Help me!" Harry murmured wildly. Someone, anyone. The snake's tail whipped across the floor again. Harry ducked. Something soft hit his face. The basilisk had swept the sorting hat into Harry's arms. Harry seized it. It was all he had left, his only chance. He rammed it onto his head and threw himself flat on the floor as the basilisk's tail swung over him again. Help me, help me, Harry thought, his eyes screwed tight under the hat. Please help me. There was no answering voice. Instead, the hat contracted, as though an invisible hand was squeezing it very tightly. Something very hard and heavy thudded onto the top of Harry's head, almost knocking him out. Stars winking in front of his eyes, he grabbed the top of the hat to pull it off and felt something long and hard beneath it. A gleaming silver sword had appeared inside the hat, its handle glittering with rubies the size of eggs. Kill the boy. Leave the bird. The boy is behind you. Sniff. Smell him. Harry was on his feet, ready. The basilisk's head was falling, its body coiling around, hitting pillars as it twisted to face him. You could see the vast, bloody eye sockets, see the mouth stretching wide enough to swallow him all, lined with fangs as long as his sword, glittering, venomous. It lunged blindly. Harry dodged, and it hit the chamber wall. It lunged again. Its forked tongue lashed Harry's side. He raised the sword in both hands. The basilisk lunged again, and this time its aim was true. Harry threw his whole weight behind the sword and drove it to the hilt into the roof of the serpent's mouth. But as the warm blood drenched Harry's arms, he felt a searing pain just above his elbow. One long, poisonous fang was sinking deeper and deeper into his arm, and it splintered as the basilisk keeled over sideways and fell, twitching to the floor. Harry slid down the wall. He gripped the fang that was spreading poison through his body and wrenched it out of his arm, but he knew it was too late. White, hot pain was spreading slowly and steadily from the wound. Even as he dropped the fang and watched his own blood soaking his robes, his vision went foggy. The chamber was dissolving in a whirl of dull color. A patch of scarlet swam past, and Harry heard a soft clatter of claws beside him. Fox, said Harry thickly. You were brilliant, Fox. He felt the bird lay its beautiful head on the spot where the serpent's fang had pierced him. He could hear an echoing footsteps, and then a dark shadow moved in front of him. You're dead, Harry Potter, said Riddle's voice above him. Dead. Even Dumbledore's bird knows it. Do you see what he's doing, Potter? He's crying. Harry blinked. Fox's head slid in and out of focus. Thick, pearly tears were trickling down the glossy feathers. I'm going to sit here and watch you die, Harry Potter. Take your time. I'm in no hurry. Harry felt drowsy. Everything around him seemed to be spinning. So ends the famous Harry Potter, said Riddle's distant voice, alone in the Chamber of Secrets, forsaken by his friends, defeated at last by the Dark Lord he so unwisely challenged. You'll be back with your dear mudblood mother soon, Harry. She bought you 12 years of borrowed time. But Lord Voldemort got you in the end. as you knew he must. If this was dying, thought Harry, it's not so bad. Even the pain was leaving him. But was this dying? Instead of going black, the chamber seemed to be coming back into focus. Harry gave his head a little shake, and there was Fawkes, still resting his head on Harry's arm. A pearly patch of tears was shining all around the wound. Except that there was no wound. "Get away, bird," said Riddle's voice suddenly. "Get away from him, I said. Get away." Harry raised his head. Riddle was pointing Harry's wand at Fawkes. There was a bang like a gun, and Fawkes took flight again in a whirl of gold and scarlet. "Phoenix tears," said Riddle quietly, staring at Harry's arm. "Of course. Healing powers, I forgot." He looked into Harry's face. "But it makes no difference. In fact, I prefer it this way. Just you and me, Harry Potter. You and me." He raised the wand. Then, in a rush of wings, Fawkes soared back overhead, and something fell into Harry's lap. The diary. For a split second, both Harry and Riddle, wands still raised, stared at it. Then, without thinking, without considering, as though he had meant to do it all along, Harry seized the basilisk fang on the floor next to him and plunged it straight into the heart of the book. There was a long, dreadful, piercing scream. Ink spurted out of the diary in torrents, streaming over Harry's hands, flooding the floor. Riddle was writhing and twisting, screaming and flailing, and then he had gone. Harry's wand fell to the floor with a clatter, and there was silence. Silence, except for the steady drip, drip of ink still oozing from the diary. The basilisk venom had burned a sizzling hole right through it. Shaking all over, Harry pulled himself up. His head was spinning as though he'd just traveled miles by flue powder. Slowly, he gathered together his wand and the sorting hat and, with a tug, retrieved the glittering sword from the roof of the basilisk's mouth. Then came a faint moan from the end of the chamber. Ginny was stirring. As Harry hurried towards her, she sat up. Her bemused eyes traveled from the huge form of the dead basilisk over to Harry in his blood-soaked robes, and then to the diary in his hands. She grew a great, shuddering gasp, and tears began to pour down her face. "Harry, oh Harry, I tried to tell you at breakfast, but I couldn't say it in front of Percy. It was me, Harry, but I swear, I didn't mean to. Riddle made me. He took over, and how did you kill that thing? Where's Riddle?" The last thing I remember is him coming out of the diary. "It's all right," said Harry, holding up the diary and showing the Guinea the fanghole. "Riddle's finished. Look, him and the basilisk. Come on, Guinea, let's get out of here." "I'm going to be expelled," Guinea wept, as Harry helped her awkwardly to her feet. "I've looked forward to coming to Hogwarts ever since Bill came, and now I have to leave, and what'll Mom and Dad say?" Fawkes was waiting for them, hovering in the chamber entrance. Harry urged Guinea forward. They stepped over the motionless coils of the dead basilisk, through the echoing gloom, and back into the tunnel. Harry heard the stone doors close behind them with a soft hiss. After a few minutes' progress up the dark tunnel, a distant sound of slowly shifting rock reached Harry's ears. "Ron!" Harry yelled, speeding up. "Ginny's okay. I've got her!" He heard Ron give a strangled cheer, and they turned the next bend to see his eager face staring through the sizable gap he had managed to make in the rock fall. "Ginny! Ginny!" Ron thrust an arm through the gap in the rock to pull her through first. "You're alive! I don't believe it! What happened?" He tried to hug her, but Ginny held him off, sobbing. "But you're okay, Ginny," said Ron, beaming at her. "It's over now. Where did that bird come from?" Fawkes had swooped through the gap after Ginny. "He's Dumbledore's," said Harry, squeezing through himself. "And how come you've got a sword?" said Ron, gaping at the glittering weapon in Harry's hand. "I'll explain when we get out of here," said Harry, with a sideways glance at Ginny. "But later," Harry said quickly. He didn't think it was a good idea to tell Ron yet who'd been opening the chamber. Not in front of Ginny, anyway. "Where's Lockhart?" "Back there," said Ron, grinning and jerking his head up the tunnel towards the pipe. "He's in a bad way. Come and see." Led by Fawkes, whose wide scarlet wings emitted a soft golden glow in the darkness, they walked all the way back up to the mouth of the pipe. Gilderoy Lockhart was sitting there, humming placidly to himself. "His memory's gone," said Ron. "The memory charm backfired. Hit him instead of us. He hasn't got a clue who he is, or where he is, or who we are. I told him to come and wait here. He's a danger to himself." Lockhart peered good-naturedly up at them all. "Hello," he said. "Odd sort of place, this, isn't it? Do you live here?" "No," said Ron, raising his eyebrows at Harry. Harry bent down and looked up at the long, dark pipe. Have you thought how we're going to get back up this?" he said to Ron. Ron shook his head, but Fawkes the Phoenix had swooped past Harry and was now fluttering in front of him, his beady eyes bright in the dark. He was waving his long golden tail feathers. Harry looked uncertainly at him. "He looks like he wants you to grab hold," said Ron, looking perplexed. "You're much too heavy for a bird to pull up." "Fawkes," said Harry, "isn't an ordinary bird." He turned quickly to the others. We've got to hold on to each other. Ginny, grab Ron's hand. Professor Lockhart." "He means you," said Ron sharply to Lockhart. "You hold Ginny's other hand." Harry tucked the sword and the sorting hat into his belt. Ron took hold of the back of Harry's robes, and Harry reached out and took hold of Fawkes's strangely hot tail. An extraordinary lightness seemed to spread through his whole body, and next second, with a whoosh, they were flying upwards through the pipe. Harry could hear Lockhart dangling below him, saying, "Amazing! Amazing! This is just like magic!" The chill air was whipping through Harry's hair, and before he stopped enjoying the ride, it was over. All four of them were hitting the wet floor of Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, and Lockhart straightened his hat. As Lockhart straightened his hat, the sink that hid the pipe was sliding back into place. Myrtle goggled at them. You're alive, she said blankly to Harry. There's no need to sound so disappointed, he said grimly, wiping flecks of blood and slime off his glasses. Oh, well, I've just been thinking. If you had died, you'd have been welcome to share my toilet, said Myrtle, blushing silver. Ugh, said Ron as they left the bathroom for the dark, deserted corridor outside. Harry, I think Myrtle's grown fond of you. You've got competition, Guinea. The tears were still flooding silently down Guinea's face. Where now? Said Ron with anxious look at Guinea. Harry pointed. Fox was leading the way, glowing gold along the corridor. They strode after him, and moments later found themselves outside Professor McGonagall's office. Harry knocked and pushed the door open. And that ends chapter 17. Only one chapter left. And considering when the book ends, I don't think there's terribly too much more. Hi, Azalea. How's your night going? It's delightful to see you. Thank you for welcoming Azzy, Ray. You want to see some pictures? I'll let you know when we get to the one with the snake in case those of you who have a phobia of snakes don't want to see it. That's the cover photo, or the cover page of 17. Oh, been kind of sleeping. Did you have a stream today, and did I miss it? Oh no. Did you have a stream today and I completely missed it? It's a giant eye. It's a giant snake eye, actually. Nothing on this one. Oh, right. Phobia. I need to, because there is a page here that does trigger a phobia, so I need to warn you. Nothing. Oh, right. And if you look here on all these pages, well, not this one. Like this one. It looks black, but if you look at the bottom, if you look at the bottom, you'll see like a green tint kind of thing. Those are serpent scales. And they trail to the next page. And the next. It's pretty odd for this book to have 3 solid pages of text. And let's make that 4, yes? Because the snake is still, or the snake top part is still there. 4 pages. This page shouldn't trigger a phobia, but giving a warning. For those of you who have a phobia of snakes, please close your eyes for about 15 seconds, because this page does have a snake, although I don't think it's that bad. It looks more of like a monster than a snake, but phobia is phobia. I'm not arguing. So, for those of you who have a phobia of snakes, 15 seconds, okay? Here you have a picture of Harry with the sword, holding it like a claymore, getting ready to slash the thing. Except, if you see, he's holding that sword like he's about to just make a big slash through it. But, here, it's a little easier if I demonstrate this. Alright, so, you see Harry here. Remember, and you see here, there's a picture of the phoenix. There's the serpent. He's a serpent, all right. He's giant, deadly, and all that. This is an awesome photo and all, but And while it's awesome, I'd say it's unrealistic, but not for the reason you think. I'll show you. I'll actually show you. Here. So pretend this is the sword. Harry is holding it like this, getting ready to make his slash. Alright? With this in hand, holding the sword at the hilt, you can't do much of anything. Okay? And he said he buried the sword up to its hilt in the roof of the snake. Now, when you do that, that is doing this. Okay? And it can only happen one way, with what's called a thrust. A thrust is where you move something straight ahead, and usually with force. The way he's holding it, with a thrust, you could do it like this, you could do it like this, you could do it like this. All of those are thrust. But if you see how I'm holding this right here, this is not a thrust. Like, my arm is here, I'm getting ready to swing this Pringles can like a baseball bat. That's called a slash, and it's meant to do exactly this. Which doesn't, with the snake coming rearing at you like this, and you're getting ready to slash it, or to strike it, bearing your sword into the hilt, up to the hilt, into the roof of the mouth, your sword is going to be making a slashing motion up to here and would end up cutting into here. So from here it could slash into the mouth and then kind of get buried deep into here like this, or the opposite way. But it's at the very wrong angle to do this, to get it into the roof of the mouth, kind of like this. So it's like, I kind of know my swords a little bit, and it's I like the photo. It shows the battle and all, but like the angle is all wrong for that. Yeah, I know I'm nitpicking a picture. It might be my first critique of the artwork that he's done this entire series, because this book has so many beautiful illustrations. Here, Azzy, I'll show you one. It's one of the full arts, and it was previous. Oh, not that previous. And not that late. Here we go. Like this one. That was him, Harry, stepping into a memory. Like, there's a lot of art in this. A lot of wonderful, amazing pictures. Or like this one. The problem with this one is, throughout this entire book, this scene never happened. Like, never happened. At no point was Malfoy ever actually chasing Harry in the Quidditch match. So, to see Harry flying with Malfoy flying behind when the scene never occurred, that's like, you know, there's a few discrepancies, and yet I can't necessarily like argue. Like it's a photo. He did his best. This book was made, the illustrations are made after the movies, so I'm okay. Like, I'm allowed my critiques, my little nitpicks, because these are lovely arts, and to see a book have art, to see a book at all, is totally amazing. How are you, Azzy? Did you enjoy, since you didn't stream, did you enjoy your day off? Got one chapter to go. Oh, And this page, which was after the one with the serpent, you can't see it from this distance. But if I hold it closer, you could see scales. It's like the previous picture had the spiders, or the spider web. And oh boy, was that picture. Like, there was another picture just, like, I want to say 2 chapters ago. You want to talk about triggering a fear of spiders, that picture would do it. Like, I don't even have a fear, and yet I was just like, oh. Kind of waking up now. Unless you sleep more, trying to get some. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, let's see. Motivation. I still maintain I could set a towel on fire. Oh, I never did turn that one on. I'm sorry. Wow. Who set all the... Oh, that would be Monster Matt. Oh, I'll try to think of a... Actually, Azzy, if you would like... except your flipper top is a flipper top. I was going to say, if you would like, you could guest speak on some of these chapters if you wanted to. Like, it's kind of hard for me to pull lady voices on this. Because I repeatedly keep getting things like McGonagall's or Hermione's voices constantly mixed up, and it's just like, yeah. I mean, I have a voice, but it's just multiple voices. When you start getting like 20 of them, it becomes such a nightmare. I could record it if it's really moldy. Alright, we got 10 pages left. I'd say let's speed through this, but I don't want to speed through it. We got through the climactic finish, but I would like to actually see the aftermath of the thing, right? 10 more pages. You think you all can survive 10 pages? Yes. Alright. Oh. I gotta figure out how I'm gonna do that through Discord, because how do you get the book? It might have to be a public work, wouldn't it? That way I could actually give you a copy and you could read along or something. I don't know. Something interesting. Like, not necessarily like something as crazy as Disventure Camp, but 10 pages. Let's go. Yes? Alright. Recording for the last chapter. Chapter 18. Dobby's Reward. For a moment, there was silence as Harry, Ron, Ginny, and Lockhart stood in the doorway, covered in muck and slime, and in Harry's case, blood. Then there was a scream.
Ginny!
It was Mrs. Weasley, who had been sitting, crying in front of the fire. She leapt to her feet, closely followed by Mr. Weasley, and both of them had flung themselves on their daughter. Harry, however, was looking past them. Professor Dumbledore was standing by the mantelpiece, beaming, next to Professor McGonagall, who was taking great, steady gasps. Clutching her chest, Fawkes went whooshing past Harry's ear and settled on Dumbledore's shoulder, just as Harry found himself, and Ron being swept into Mrs. Weasley's tight embrace.
You saved her! You saved her! How did you do it? I think we'd all like to know that,
said Professor McGonagall weakly. Mrs. Weasley let go of Harry, who hesitated for a moment, then walked over to the desk and laid upon it the sorting hat, the ruby-encrusted sword, and what remained of Riddle's diary.
Then he started telling them everything. For nearly a quarter of an hour, he spoke into the rapt silence. He told them about hearing the disembodied voice, how Hermione had finally realized that he was hearing a basilisk in the pipes, how he and Ron had followed the spiders into the forest, that Aragog had told them where the last victim of the basilisk had died, how he had guessed that Moaning Myrtle had been the victim, and that the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets might be in her bathroom.
Very well.
Professor McGonagall prompted him as he paused.
So you found out where the entrance was, breaking 100 school rules into pieces along the way, I might add. But how on earth did you get out of there alive, Potter?
So Harry, his voice growing now hoarse from all this talking, told them about Fawkes's timely arrival, and about the Sorting Hat giving him the sword. But then he faltered. He had so far avoided mentioning Riddle's diary, or Ginny. She was standing with her head against Miss Weasley's shoulder, and tears were still coursing silently down her cheeks. What if they expelled her? Harry thought in panic. Riddle's diary didn't work anymore. How could they prove it had been he who'd made her do it all? Instinctively, Harry looked at Dumbledore, who smiled faintly, the firelight glancing off his half-moon spectacles. "What interests me most," said Dumbledore gently, "is how Lord Voldemort managed to enchant Ginny, when my sources tell me he's currently hiding in the forests of Albania." Relief, warm, sweeping, glorious relief, swept over Harry. "What's that?" said Mr. Weasley in a stunned voice. "You know who enchanted Ginny? But Ginny's not. Ginny hasn't been. Has she?" "It was this diary," said Harry quickly, picking it up and showing it to Dumbledore. Riddle wrote it when he was 16. Dumbledore took the diary from Harry and peered keenly down his long, crooked nose at its burnt and sulky pages. "Brilliant," he said softly. "Of course, he was probably the most brilliant student Hogwarts has ever seen." He turned around to the Weasleys, who were looking utterly bewildered. "Very few people know that Lord Voldemort was once called Tom Riddle. I taught him myself 50 years ago at Hogwarts. He disappeared after leaving the school, traveled far and wide, sank so deeply into the dark arts, consorted with the very worst of all kind, underwent so many dangerous magical transformations, that when he resurfaced as Lord Voldemort, he was barely recognizable. Hardly anyone connected Lord Voldemort with the clever, handsome boy who was once head boy here." But Ginny, said Mrs. Weasley. "What's our Ginny got to do with him? His diary," Ginny sobbed. "I've been writing in it, and he's been writing back all year." "Ginny," said Mr. Weasley, flabbergasted, "haven't I taught you anything? What have I always told you? Never trust anything that can think for itself if you can't see where it keeps its brain. Why didn't you show the diary to me? Or your mother? A suspicious object like that. It was clearly full of dark magic." "I didn't know," sobbed Ginny. "I found it inside one of the books Mom got me. I thought somebody had just left it in there and forgotten about it."
Miss Weasley should go up to the hospital wing straight away, Dumbledore interrupted in a firm voice. This has been a terrible ordeal for her. There will be no punishment. Older and wiser wizards than she have been hoodwinked by Lord Voldemort. He strode over to the door and opened it. Bed rest and perhaps a large, steamy mug of hot chocolate. Always find that cheers me up. He added, twinkling kindly down at her. You will find that Madame Pomfrey is still awake. She's just giving out mandrake juice. I dare say the basilisk victims will be waking at any moment.
So Hermione's okay,
said Ron brightly. There has been no lasting harm done, said Dumbledore. Mrs. Weasley led Ginny out, and Mr. Weasley followed, still looking deeply shaky. You know, Minerva, Professor Dumbledore said thoughtfully to Professor McGonagall, I think all this merits a good feast. Might I ask you to go and alert the kitchens?
Right,
said Professor McGonagall crisply, also moving to the door.
I'll leave you to deal with Potter and Weasley, shall I?
Certainly, said Dumbledore. She left, and Harry and Ron gazed uncertainly at Dumbledore.
What exactly had Professor McGonagall meant? Deal with them? Surely they weren't about to be punished.
I seem to remember telling you both that I would have to expel you if you broke any more school rules, said Dumbledore. Ron opened his mouth in horror. Which goes to show you that the best of us must sometimes eat our words, Dumbledore went on, smiling. You will both receive special awards for service at the school, and... Let me see. Yes. I think 200 points apiece for Gryffindor. Ron went as brightly pink as Lockhart's Valentine flowers and closed his mouth again. But one of us seems to be keeping mightily quiet about his part in this dangerous adventure, Dumbledore added. Why so modest, Gilderoy? Harry gave a start. He had completely forgotten about Lockhart. He turned and saw that Lockhart was standing in a corner of the room, still wearing his vague smile. When Dumbledore addressed him, Lockhart looked over his shoulder to see who he was talking to. Professor Dumbledore, Ron said quickly. There was an accident down in the Chamber of Secrets. Professor Lockhart. Am I a professor? Said Lockhart in mild surprise. Goodness, I expect I was hopeless, was I? He tried to do a memory charm, and the wand backfired, Ron explained quietly to Dumbledore. Dear me, said Dumbledore, shaking his head, his long silver mustache quivering. Impaled on your own sword, Gilderoy. Sword? Said Lockhart dimly. Haven't got a sword. That boy has, though. He pointed at Harry. He'll lend you one. Would you mind taking Professor Lockhart up to the hospital wing, too? Dumbledore said to Ron. I'd like a few more words with Harry. Lockhart ambled out. Ron cast a curious look back at Dumbledore and Harry as he closed the door. Dumbledore crossed to one of the chairs by the fire. Sit down, Harry, he said, and Harry sat, feeling unaccountably nervous. First of all, Harry, I want to thank you, said Dumbledore, his eyes twinkling again. You must have shown me real loyalty down in the chamber. Nothing but that could have called Fawkes to you. He stroked the phoenix, which had fluttered down onto his knee. Harry grinned awkwardly as Dumbledore watched him. And so you met Tom Riddle, said Dumbledore thoughtfully. I imagine he was most interested in you. Suddenly, something that was nagging at Harry came tumbling out of his mouth. Professor Dumbledore, Riddle said, I'm like him. Strange likenesses, he said.
Did he now?
Said Dumbledore, looking thoughtfully under his thick silver eyebrows at Harry.
And what do you think, Harry?
I don't think I'm like him, said Harry, more loudly than he intended. I mean, I'm in Gryffindor, But he fell silent, a lurking doubt resurfacing in his mind. Professor, he started again after a moment, the Sorting Hat told me I'd have done well in Slytherin. Everyone thought I was Slytherin's heir for a while, because I could speak Parseltongue.
You could speak Parseltongue, Harry, said Dumbledore calmly, because Lord Voldemort, who is the last remaining descendant of Salazar Slytherin, can speak Parseltongue. Unless I'm much mistaken, he transferred some of his own powers to you the night he gave you that scar. Not something he intended to do, I'm sure.
Voldemort put a bit of himself in me? Harry said, thunderstruck.
Certainly seems so.
So I should be in Slytherin, Harry said, looking desperately into Dumbledore's face. The Sorting Hat could see Slytherin's power, and it
put you in Gryffindor, said Dumbledore calmly. Listen to me, Harry. You happen to have many qualities Salazar Slytherin prized in his hand-picked student. His own rare gift, Parseltongue, resourcefulness, determination, a certain disregard for rules, he added, his mustache quivering again. Yet the Sorting has placed you in Gryffindor. You know why that was. Think.
It only placed me in Gryffindor, said Harry in a defeated voice, because I asked not to go in Slytherin.
Exactly, said Dumbledore, beaming once more, which makes you very different from Tom Riddle. It is our choices, Harry, that show what we truly are, far more than our abilities.
Harry sat motionless in his chair, stunned.
If you want proof, Harry, that you belong in Gryffindor, I suggest you look more closely at this.
Dumbledore reached across Professor McGonagall's desk, picked up the blood-stained silver sword, and handed it to Harry. Dully, Harry turned it over, and the rubies blazing in the firelight. And then he saw the name engraved just below the hit. Godric Gryffindor.
Only a true Gryffindor could have pulled that out of the hat, Harry,
said Dumbledore simply. For a minute, neither of them spoke. Then Dumbledore pulled open one of the drawers in Professor McGonagall's desk and took out a quill and a bottle of ink.
What you need, Harry, is some food and sleep. I suggest you go down to the feast while I write to Azkaban. We need our gameskeeper back. And I must draft an advertisement for the Daily Prophet, too, he added thoughtfully. We'll be needing a new defense against the dark arts teacher. Dear me, we do seem to run through them, don't we?
Harry got up and crossed to the door. He had just reached for the handle, however, when the door burst open so violently that it bounced back off the wall. Lucius Malfoy stood there, fury in his face, and cowering. Under his arm, heavily wrapped in bandages, was Dobby.
Good evening, Lucius,
said Dumbledore pleasantly. Mr. Malfoy almost knocked Harry over as he swept into the room. Dobby went scurrying in after him, crouching at the hem of his cloak, a look in abject terror on his face.
So,
said Lucius Malfoy, his cold eyes fixed on Dumbledore. "You've come back. The governor suspended you, but you still saw fit to return to Hogwarts." "Well, you see, Lucius," said Dumbledore, smiling serenely, "the other 11 governors contacted me today. It was something like being caught in a hailstorm of owls, to tell you the truth. They heard that Arthur's Weasley had been killed and wanted me back here at once. They seemed to think I was the best man for the job after all. Very strange tales they told me, too. Several of them seemed to think you had threatened to curse their families if they didn't agree to suspend me in the first place." Mr. Malfoy went even paler than usual, but his eyes were still slits of fury. "So, have you stopped the attacks yet?" he sneered. "Have you caught the culprit?" "We have," said Dumbledore with a smile. "Well," said Malfoy sharply, "who is it?" "The same person as last time, Lucius," said Dumbledore. "This time, Lord Voldemort was acting through somebody else, by means of this diary." He held up the small black book with the large hole through the center, watching Mr. Malfoy closely. Harry, however, was watching Dobby. The elf was doing something very odd. His great eyes fixed meaningful on Harry, kept pointing at the diary, then at Mr. Malfoy, then hitting himself hard on the head with his fist. "I see," said Mr. Malfoy slowly to Dumbledore. "A clever plan," said Dumbledore in a level voice, still staring at Mr. Malfoy straight in the eye. "'Cause if Harry here," Mr. Malfoy shot Harry a swift, sharp look, "and his friend Ron hadn't discovered this book, why, Ginny Weasley might have taken all the blame. No one would ever have been able to prove she hadn't acted of her own free will." Mr. Malfoy said nothing. His face was suddenly mask-like. "And imagine," Dumbledore went on, "what might have happened then. The Weasleys are one of our most prominent pureblood families. Imagine the effect on Arthur Weasley and his Muggle Protection Act if his own daughter were discovered attacking and killing Muggleborns. Very fortunate the diary was discovered, and Riddle's memories wiped from it. Who knows what the consequences might have been otherwise?" Mr. Malfoy forced himself to speak. "Very fortunate," he said stiffly, and still behind his back. Dobby was pointing, first to the diary, and then to Lucius Malfoy, then punching himself in the head. And Harry suddenly understood. He nodded at Dobby, and Dobby backed away into a corner, now twisting his ears in punishment. "Don't you want to know how Ginny got hold of that diary, Mr. Malfoy?" said Harry. Lucius Malfoy rounded on him. "How should I know how that stupid little girl got hold of it?" he said. "Because you gave it to her," said Harry, "in flourish and blots. You picked up her old Transfiguration book and slipped the diary inside it, didn't you?" He saw Mr. Malfoy's white hands clench and unclench. "Prove it," he hissed. "Oh, no one will be able to do that," said Dumbledore, smiling at Harry. "Not now that Riddle has vanished from the book. On the other hand, I would advise you, Lucius, not to go giving out any more of Lord Voldemort's old school things. If any more of them find their way into innocent hands, I think Arthur Weasley, for one, will make sure they are traced back to you." Lucius Malfoy stood for a moment, and Harry distinctly saw his right hand twitch, as though he were longing to reach for his wand. Instead, he turned to his house elf. "We're going, Dobby." He wrenched open the door, and as the elf came hurrying up to him, he kicked him right through it. They could hear Dobby squealing with pain all the way along the corridor. Harry stood for a moment, thinking hard. Then it came to him. "Professor Dumbledore," he said, hurry, "can I give the diary back to Mr. Malfoy, please?" "Certainly, Harry," said Dumbledore calmly. "But hurry, the feast, remember." Harry grabbed the diary and dashed out of the office. He could hear Dobby's squeals of pain receding around a corner. Quickly, wondering if this plan could possibly work, Harry took one of his shoes, pulled off his slimy, filthy sock, and stuffed the diary into it. Then he ran down the dark corridor. He caught up with them at the top of the stairs. "Mr. Malfoy," he gasped, skidding to a halt. "I've got something for you." He forced the smelly sock into Lucius Malfoy's hand. "What the?" Mr. Malfoy ripped the sock off the diary, threw it aside, and then looked furiously from the rune book to Harry. "You'll meet the same sticky end as your parents one of these days, Harry Potter," he said softly. "They were meddlesome fools, too." He turned to go. "Come, Dobby," I said. "Come." But Dobby didn't move. He was holding Harry's disgusting, slimy sock and looking at it as though it were a priceless treasure. "Master has given Dobby a sock," said the elf in wonderment. "Master gave it to Dobby." "What's that? What did you say?" "Dobby has got a sock," said Dobby in disbelief. "Master threw it, and Dobby caught it, and Dobby is free." Lucius Malfoy stood frozen, staring at the elf. Then he lunged at Harry. "You've lost me, my servant, boy!" But Dobby shouted, "You shall not harm Harry Potter!" And there was a loud bang, and Mr. Malfoy was thrown backwards. He crashed down the stairs, 3 at a time, landing in a crumpled heap on the landing below. He got up, his face livid. He pulled out his wand, but Dobby raised a long, threatening finger. "You shall go now," he said fiercely, pointing down at Mr. Malfoy. "You shall not touch Harry Potter. You shall go now." Lucius Malfoy had no choice. With a last incensed stare at the pair of them, he swung his cloak around and hurried out of sight. "Harry Potter freed Dobby," said the elf shrilly, gazing up at Harry, moonlight from the nearest window reflecting in his orb-like eyes. "Harry Potter set Dobby free." "Least I could do, Dobby," said Harry, grinning. "Just promise never to try to save my life again." The elf's ugly brown face split suddenly into a wide, toothy grin. "I've just got one question, Dobby," said Harry, as Dobby pulled on Harry's sock with shaking hands. "You told me all this had nothing to do with he who must not be named, remember? Well, it was a clue, sir," said Dobby, his eyes widening, as though this was obvious. "Dobby was giving you a clue. The Dark Lord, before he changed his name, could be freely named, you see." "Right," said Harry weakly. "Well, I'd better go. There's a feast, and my friend Hermione should be awake now." Dobby threw his arms around Harry's middle and hugged him. "Harry Potter is greater by far than Dobby knew," he sobbed. "Farewell, Harry Potter." And with a final loud crack, Dobby disappeared. Harry had been to several Hogwarts feasts, but never one quite like this. Everybody was in their pajamas, and the celebration lasted all night. Harry didn't know whether The best bit was Hermione running towards him, screaming, "You solved it! You solved it!" Or Justin hurrying over from the Hufflepuff table to wring his hand and apologize endlessly for suspecting him. Or Hagrid turning up at 3:30, cuffing Harry and Ron so hard on the shoulders that they were knocked into the plates of trifle. Or his and Ron's 400-point securing Gryffindor the House Cup for the second year running. Or Professor McGonagall standing up to tell them that all the exams had been cancelled and a school treat.
"Oh no,"
said Hermione. Or Dumbledore announcing that, unfortunately, Professor Lockhart wouldn't be unable to return next year owing to the fact that he needed to go away and get his memory back. Quite a few of the teachers joined in the cheering that greeted that news. "Shame," said Ron, helping himself to a jam donut. "He was starting to grow on me." The rest of the summer term passed in the heat, in a haze of blazing sunshine. Hogwarts was back to normal, with only a few small differences. Defense against the dark arts classes were cancelled. "We have had plenty of practice that anyway," Ron told a disgruntled Hermione, and Lucius Malfoy had been sacked as a school governor. Draco was no longer strutting around the school as though he owned the place. On the contrary, he looked resentful and sulky. On the other hand, Ginny Weasley was perfectly happy again. Too soon, it was time for the journey home on the Hogwarts Express. Harry, Ron, Hermione, Fred, George, and Ginny got a compartment to themselves. They made the most of the last few hours in which they were allowed to do magic before the holidays. They played Exploding Snap, set off the very last of Fred and George filibuster fireworks, practiced disarming each other by magic. Harry was getting very good at it. They were almost at King's Cross when Harry remembered something. "Ginny, what did you see Percy doing that he didn't want you to tell anyone?" "Oh, that," said Ginny, giggling. "Well, Percy's got a girlfriend." Fred dropped a stack of books on George's head. "What? It's that Ravenclaw prefect, Penelope Clearwater," said Ginny. "That's who he was writing to all last summer. He's been meeting her all over school in secret. I walked in on them kissing in an empty classroom one day. He was so upset when she was, attacked." "You won't tease him, will you?" she added anxiously. "Wouldn't dream of it," said Fred, who was looking as if his birthday had come early. "Oh, definitely not," said George, sniggering. The Hogwarts Express slowed and finally stopped. Harry pulled out his quill and a bit of parchment and turned to Ron and Hermione. "This is called a telephone number," he told Ron, scribbling it twice, tearing the parchment in two, and handing it to them. "I told your dad how to use a telephone last summer. He'll know. Call me at the Dursleys, okay? I can't stand another 2 months with only Dudley to talk to." "Your aunt and your uncle will be proud, won't they?" said Hermione as they got off the train and joined the crowd thronging towards the enchanted barrier. "When they hear what you did this year?" "Proud," said Harry. "Are you mad? All those times I could have died, and I didn't manage it? They'll be furious." And together they walked back through the gateway to the Muggle world. And that is the end of the book. That was delightful. That was most delightful. Would you like to see the pictures? There are a few in this. two in particular, well, three in particular stood out. Okay. There's the cover photo for chapter 18. A dirty, slimy sock. Here's a picture of part of a compendium of a phoenix. From egg, growing, different variants, plumage, all that good stuff. And they even have phoenix flint right here, whatever that is. Phoenix feathers possess magical properties and are employed in the manufacture of wands, staves, and amulets. The vane feathers emit a faint light. Tail feathers are hot to the touch. It's like a full compendium. Oh, okay, that's what that is. This one is a male, and this one is a female. There's a great silhouette actually standing out of the words of the chapter. Very pretty. It was a little hard to read that page, but I managed. And on this page, this is the sword, the great sword of Godric Gryffindor. The one that Harry pulled out of the hat. Hello, Snugs. Welcome to you. This is the book this is the Jim Kay illustrated book. And there's Dobby. This has to be the happiest moment of his life. Cherishing the most filthy thing I could ever imagine. A sock that's been soaked in blood, grime, sweat, poison, and grime from sewers. Ugh. I wouldn't just throw that sock away. I'd burn it. And then you just have the acknowledgements. As well as the back, you could see that this book's seen a little more love than from me. This is a page. I can pull it. It's kind of sad. It's sad to see when that happens to books, but it does happen. Nothing lasts forever. Alright, I have in the other room the third book for Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban. I will be reading it tomorrow. I'll be reading it tomorrow night, starting at 8 p.m. again. I gotta still draw up a nice, interesting thumbnail. I might go with the same motif as this one. I really, really liked how this one turned out. I really, really liked it. Here. There. So, I'll think of something like this again, if I can. But I really, really liked how this one turned out. I don't think I could possibly come up with a better thumbnail ever. Literally ever. That actually looks like it belongs on the book almost. And yet, I gotta somehow, Thank you for lurking, Snugs. I'm glad. I'm actually glad that people are enjoying. Yesterday, I had a bit of a depressing moment when I saw no one here. But that's how it goes sometimes, you know. Seeing people enjoy it, seeing you enjoy it, I'm happy. So, let's go and see if find someone to raid, yes? I got 2 people in mind. Whichever one I see first is the one I'm raiding. If neither are alive, I will find someone else. Yes? Oh, that can go away. Yes? 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 Okay. I am looking at either Dan with a Plan or Acme Studios. Whichever one I see first is the one I'm raiding. Oh, I do not see Acme live. I do not see Acme live. I see... Oh, I cannot resist this person. I absolutely cannot. We're rating this guy. This guy is just started to stream a little while ago. He is one of the reasons I actually started reading books, because when I was talking with Thunder Pals and a few other people, and they said that I should read audiobooks, and they were actually encouraging me, this guy said, "Oh, you're gonna do an audiobook? Oh, I look forward to listening to it. With you and that sultry, buttery smooth voice of yours." And I was just like, sold. That's all I needed to hear. So we're gonna be rating this guy. Aww. So, hashtag Woo Ray. He probably has a lot of people in his stream. We will be rating someone who I didn't actually think was live right now. We're going to be rating... Mute. Oh, you are muted. This might be spoilers for some of you. We're going to be rating... Twain Gaming Council, playing one of the Phoenix Wright games. One of them. So, thank you all for listening. I look forward to reading the book tomorrow. I gotta get to work on making a new cover page, as well as ordering the next book. I got to. Good night to you all. Here's the link. 1, 2, and 3. Have a wonderful night, everyone. Hopefully, I'll see you tomorrow. Good night.